Hello! Welcome everyone to D6, our IRCM bringing together several friends from across the internet to play on a TTRPG show.
Yep.
Bird.
Correct.
Bird is the word today.
It's been a week for a lot of us. But first and foremost, before we get on into tonight's show, first it's our usual quick announcements, especially for D6. So in case you guys don't know, a lot of our content gets uploaded over on our Patreon a week ahead of time. So if a current episode, like say this episode, is released over on YouTube, the next episode is over on our Patreon. And also we have a whole bunch of extra content that is behind the scenes. It is content that is before we actually start the show, and then also during our break, so that way you guys can hear a little bit of the background of what's going on for those edits. So if you guys are interested in the episode extras, by all means, they're uploaded over on our Patreon, available for our $10 tier. Let's see. In terms of content, the Path of the Twin Mask is currently on hold right now for the Barbarian. I've just been really busy getting a lot of stuff done, and this past week has just been and I really want to try and get to it when I have a little bit more time and a bit more of a clear-headed space in order to do something like this. But a new subclass will be coming out, Path of the Twin Mask, which is basically a slight cross between Barbarian and Bard. Something that I've had a lot of thought into.
Barbarian, if you will.
Yes. That being said, our podcast episodes go live 6 a.m. Pacific time, 9 a.m. Eastern time, because I live on the Pacific time. They're released every Saturday, so over on our platforms, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and whatever platform that we end up on somehow in some way. But yeah. And of course, last but not least, this is a bit more of a thing that I really wish I didn't have to do, but it kind of had to be done. We have ended our partnership with GamerSupps. We have pulled all of our upcoming ads and also any upcoming ads over on the RCN channel that I had initially planned for GamerSupps as well. This was just a decision that had to be made given the current circumstances that are revolved around it, and you know, it is what it is. But in light of the lack of GamerSupps, we have a new sponsor. We're now an affiliate of Volante Design up here, and they make really cool clothing. So really cool. Yeah, in fact, I'm wearing Volante right now. So they make urban streetwear that is just really cool, really comfortable. They also have licensed designs, so like if you are looking for a Mass Effect looking jacket or coat, or if you are interested in checking out some of their augment design, or if you prefer something a little bit more looser, like this Kage jacket. They also come in different colors and different designs, and they're super high quality. They're made in the USA, and they ship from the USA, and it is just truly some of the best, like, cool looking badass clothing that I have ever gotten to set my eyes on. So if you guys are interested in checking out Volante, please, by all means, there will be a link down below, and then if you buy from Volante, we get a 10% kickback for whatever your purchase is. So go and give it a look see, and yeah, Volante.
Is there a special code that they would type in?
Yes, it would be D6EOE.
Look at that. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to get that 10%, D6 EOE, or just click the link down below. Probably bring your Volante stuff to your next D&D game. Who knows?
You can actually cosplay your character.
I wish.
All right. Sponsors out of the way.
Yarp.
Yarp.
Yep.
All right. Well, put that right there. Ah! My timer.
Stop breaking things. We haven't even gotten to the game yet.
I'm not trying. All right. So, that being said, I think it's time for us to get into today's game of D6. Where
Queen
we
D.
had last left off. As our adventurers making their way into the Black Archives, settling with their partners, making new ones, finally see the source of the Black Archives' power. A being of time, a time dragon that had encapsulated itself into unbreakable crystal and providing everyone with either notions of the future or potential futures, and some with benefits, some with detriments, but hopeful futures nonetheless. As the next move for the Wandering Vanguard is to head to the Lunarscape, you will find yourselves flying high into the skies of Erdzeheimol, only to find yourselves surrounded by freezing snow and wind and rain to see the first Titan, King of the Skies himself, Rymra. And as such, I need everyone to roll me initiative.
Bird up time.
Hooray. That's a
9.
10 for Winry.
I rolled a 9.
You rolled a 9.
15.
15. That's a rare one.
Oh, I imagine Arya is a little bit more dexterous than Canis.
I am.
I have a -1. So yes.
I had an 8.
Aria.
Connor
So,
rolled a
yeah,
20.
I had a
That's
15, but
20.
my dex modifier was 8.
Connor with the nat 20. Bodes well.
Alright, and then
I got an 8.
you.
Me and Ray fighting for last place.
Okay. Winry. Nix. And then top is Salazar.
Oh, and just to explain a feature of the spell that I have casted on me, I cannot be surprised.
Okay. Alrighty. And then, of course. There. Okay. Sounds good. And with that, everybody's initiative.
That is a big ass bird.
He's got a 2-foot wingspan.
It's
It's pretty tiny.
Yeah.
Compared to us.
Is
Not
large.
Giant
2
fucking
foot
bird.
wingspan, that's pretty tiny.
Well,
kick it.
for a midi, though?
For a figure, no. The entirety of the wingspan of this creature is longer than the ship itself.
I love how I'm the one that's up front facing this thing.
Holy shit.
All right. And with that, Salazar, you get the first move.
Get your long range
Leaves.
spells ready.
Just leaves. Just no.
Don't usually go first.
Oh
Well.
no.
I suppose. Right. I will start conservatively. I'm going to cast Mirror Image on myself.
Smart.
Is that a concentration or is it just a magical effect?
Magical.
It just happens.
Okay.
Not
Yeah.
concentration.
Put you down.
So for a minute there were 4 of me.
Ugh.
Image. There we go.
But which one is the real Salazar?
Yeah, as you just like split into multiple different directions. As you move, they move along with you.
It's true.
All right.
Is my special blinking boy here?
He's part of your legion, so you would have to let him out.
Then I shall unleash him.
Alrighty. Grab his figure. Where are you? Oh, Roro.
Ruh-roh.
Where did I put you?
Where'd you put the bouncing blind boy?
My bouncing baby boy.
A weird rolling beholder.
The bouncing blinky boy.
Ah, yes, Blinky. That's better.
Bouncy Blinky boy. Where did you go? That's interesting.
I thought you said you had everything
That's
for
crazy.
session, Aaron.
I thought so
Damn, Yarrow.
too, but I
Wow.
must have put him somewhere. You know what? He's probably on my desk. No, he's not on my desk. What the fuck? In fact, I can't find both of my beholders. That's
Concerning.
Did you put them back in a drawer?
no. I put them on a shelf usually. And my shelf is usually well organized. Eto.
Use a placeholder till you spot him.
Yeah.
I mean, you could, like, grab Vanja's bouncy ball or something.
Nothing like that. Let's see. I know I have something beholderish in here. Nope, that's not that. Oh, here you are. Actually, I found him. There he is.
Yay!
Yay.
Hello, Blinky.
Is you summon a coffin, and it releases out your legion.
All right. Now, I will also make sure that the 3 wraiths in the bowels of the ship know to come up, as well as my Magian. However, they are currently not at the front of the ship because I did not realize this is going to be happening. So
None of
it's
us
probably going to
did.
take them a turn to get
Nope.
to the deck.
Okay.
But I do have 3 wraiths and 2 Magian coming.
All right. Sounds good.
And that
Wait,
will
raids?
do it for
Other-
my turn currently. Wraiths, yes, wraiths.
All right.
Already.
Well then.
That'll be the end of my turn. That'll take us to Blinky,
All right.
my wonderful lad. So polite.
Just so you know, he will be immortalized as Blinky in the notes.
I don't remember his real name. Whatever.
Well, he's Blinky now.
The holder. Right. Beholder's going to use 2 eye rays on the rock.
All right.
Oh, on the rock.
Hopefully he doesn't smell what you're cooking.
Well, the first one is a disintegration ray. It needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
A bird.
Okay. Gonna put that there for right now.
Oh no.
I mean, at worst, you're probably going to clip its wings a little, but
It's going to be 27.
That is a success. It'll be taking half of this. So half of 34
Half of 34
would be 17, I think.
correct.
Yes.
And second eye beam is another disintegration ray. Give me another dex save.
All right. 21.
That succeeds. Still going to take half. 22
22.
points of God.
Three
Three
maxes.
10s and a 9.
Huh.
Wow.
That is nearly max damage. So 22 more points of force damage.
All right.
And that'll be Blinky's turn.
Way to go, Blinky.
All right. Is that all of them? Is it next in initiative then?
Yes. Hold on.
Now, that is my turn whenever we are ready for the next one.
Now, I have no idea if the rock has a higher initiative than Arya.
Okay.
Probably do.
So, in by doing damage, you know, as the 2 beams of disintegration that come out of this creature, as it hits, it almost as if half of it gets reflected and refracted through the ice buildup that is around this creature, and it just gleans a good chunk of it off, but you can see some material being burned away by the actual disintegration.
When were we ready for those fireballs?
Oh, so ready.
Teacher's just standing in the front of this thing like, why did I sit up here? Why?
You wanted a Titanic.
All right.
Sinks
So,
if that's the case.
that being the end of Salazar's turn, it is now Rhyme Rao's turn.
Yep, there it is.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. If this thing falls, I'm gonna cry.
Why are you crying? I should be crying.
That's why
need
I'm
another-
crying for you.
You need another stand under that. You do
Oh
need
my
another
God.
stand under that.
Hmm.
It's
Yeah,
not like
Aaron-
a stubbornness situation. It's a you need another stand under that
Aaron, I
understanding
can
physics.
see it moving. It will not stay.
My God, you guys are so.
You listen.
You're the
it's
one
a,
that printed it, my guy.
Yeah, you're the one that. You intend to sell that thing afterward. Come on.
It was also tall enough that it was on the other camera,
yeah.
All right,
hovering over Wenry.
all right here.
Suddenly he's the DM.
This giant bird miniature.
It's a gorgeous miniature, and I'm just sitting there going, no, 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 no.
There we
no.
go. Okay, yeah.
Okay, that's better.
All right. See,
It also-
as it raises itself just slightly over the ship, and I need.
Uh-oh.
Here we are. Everyone but Rolloy. Make me a Constitution saving
I'm here
throw.
too?
Yeah, you're the one driving the ship. You're all the way
shit.
back here.
I'm there!
Yeah,
Is
but
it
you
con?
didn't have him roll initiative. I
Yeah,
didn't
it's
know
con.
you counted him.
Yeah, I need everybody to make me a Constitution saving throw.
All right.
3.
So is Rolloy is not rolling
No.
initiative, correct? Okay.
No, he's focusing on driving the ship.
The immediate no. He's too powerful.
He can certainly
it
attempt
interesting.
something. I can't assure you it will work.
I mean, like, you could also put him in the initiative for being in control of the guns on the ship. We still have
That
those.
is very true.
So
You said a
technically-
con save, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Dirty 20.
I got 25.
Also a
I'm-
dirty 20 for Salazar.
I'm not rolling well. I rolled a 5. Yay.
I rolled a 3.
And that is
Don't worry, guys,
11 from the zombie beholder.
11. Okay.
Oh boy.
What did Citra roll?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20? Okay, so... Only Kendra and Tara made the save.
Wait, what do you mean? I'm not on the ship. Winry's on the ship.
Winry and Arya made the save.
Great.
Oh.
Yeah. Alright.
So it's a 21 or 22.
So are we taking half damage, or?
You guys are taking half damage.
Okay,
Also, let me see
All
here. I'm
right.
doing math real quick. Give me a minute.
you're good.
10.
We know there's math and math rocks.
Yeah. As they are prone to do.
Math rocks for the math rock.
Math rocks. And it rules.
Oh,
Some would say it even rolls.
Let's see. Okay. So y'all are taking 52 points of cold damage.
Yikes.
So 26 for half.
And those who failed are considered. I believe it is. All those who failed are considered restrained as they are covered in ice to the point that they cannot move.
Oh!
And who's the ones that have failed? Is that all of us?
Except
Everyone, but Winry and
Yeah, I just automatically
Arya.
assume all of us failed.
Yeah.
Okay, restrained.
Okay, I forgot, but I still failed. I just wanted to roll that. I still failed. But
Oh
like,
yeah, because foresight.
Yes.
All right.
That's on me. That's on me.
Restrained. You are restrained. You are restrained. And you are restrained. And Rolloy is
Hooray.
still alive.
Probably hanging on for dear life to the wheel.
Yeah.
I'm going to cast
Alrighty.
Absorb Elements.
You didn't get hit.
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah. Rolloy did not get hit. Salazar did, though. So that depends
That's
on...
what I meant. That's what I meant.
Oh, okay.
Salazar's
Okay, just-
casting Absorb Elements.
Ah, okay. might need to make a distinction for this fight.
Do I? I was the one who's asked if he's in the...
My dude, you have two
Initiative
lizards
order.
on the field.
Okay, so how you
If,
can
if,
how
if
this
we're
can
doing
help
this, I'll keep that in mind.
how this can help is that Rolay is concentrating on the ship, but his actions are boat based, not wizard based at this moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so the one who's casting spells is always going to be Salazar.
All right. Sounds good. Alrighty. And with that, that is the... that will be the end of Rhymerow's turn. It is now layer action. Rolloy. I need you...
That's me.
Yes. I need you to either make me a strength or an intelligence check.
I think I'm going to make an intelligence check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably a smart move.
It is one or the other.
Oh boy. Intelligence check. Here I go.
with your 22 intelligence.
That's a 16.
16. You are smart enough to know that the winds that are buffeting the ship are attempting to capsize and make it lose control, as you simply just find the best jet stream and follow it, and it pulls the ship away from Raira.
Hooray!
I'm pulling us away!
We'd give you a thumbs up, but we're kind of stuck.
Also kill that thing!
Oh yes, Rolloy with his S tier pullout game.
I don't know. We kind of fucked up that one time.
Gonna admit, it's pretty F tier. Alright,
I mean,
and
9
that'll
times
be...
out of 10, that's still an A.
Yeah. And that will be the end of the lair action. It is now Arya's turn.
All right. I am going to try something new and cast Crown of Stars.
That's a good one.
Concentration.
Let's see. Crown of Stars doesn't say it's a concentration, does it?
It's not.
No, it's
It's
not.
It is not
concentration.
concentration.
It's just you have the motes until you're either downed or you expend them all.
Yeah.
It is not concentration.
Oh, that's weird.
No, it's not. I've used
No,
this spell
that-
before.
No,
They've used
I'm
it before.
noticing. I'm not along the bottom of the...
Yeah, you're way up there.
the
He
hell?
floating.
Get down here.
Oh.
Spooky.
Spooky technical issues.
That was weird. Yeah. Alright, there we go.
But yeah, Crown of Stars is not concentration.
It's not.
Nope.
Nope, it
Forget.
just exists.
But you do have to make a spell
Forget.
attack for it to land.
Yeah.
Ranged spell attack, so...
Where do I find that?
Spell
there's
list.
That's just your,
spell attack bonus. Roll a d20, add the spell attack bonus.
yeah.
Okay.
In your spells tab, it'll be the number in the top
All the way to the right. Yeah.
Okay.
Natural 20!
Natural 20!
It doesn't
And
crit
my
'cause it's a spell.
And my spell attack bonus is 11, so I got a 31.
But
Nope, Chris, he already said it, that we cannot crit on spells. And we found out the hard way why it shouldn't in Veil, actually.
Only some spells do crit, but yeah.
This one isn't one of them, unfortunately.
Well, it's a ranged spell attack. It does.
I
but-
should have.
yeah.
I should have added the 11 in the chat too, but yeah, it's technically I rolled a 31, which I'm assuming is going to hit.
Yes, that will hit.
Nice.
So that's 43 then. Of radiant damage.
43. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Again, something that you might notice, Arya, is that, again, as a spell collides with the large body and wings of this thing, some of it gleans off while it does kind of sink in for the rest.
He
I really
may
hope this
have
shit isn't
spell
absorbing magic.
resistance.
It's either that or it's absorbing magic and it's gonna throw it right back at us.
Oh, that would be sadistic. Aaron wouldn't do that.
As someone
no,
who
he
is a
would
fan of Danmachi, yes he would.
It's a Titan. Like,
I was being sarcastic.
I think all the Titans have magic resistance, which would make sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
Ancient creatures.
too bad we're basically all casters. Woo!
I can't. I
Can't keep up with the ship enough to fly up to him, so
No.
melee is out of the question.
Alright.
Is there anything else you want to do?
Casting Crown of Stars was my action, and then throwing it was my bonus action.
No, your first
No.
one is a bonus. Your first one is a regular action, and then after that, to do it again is a bonus action.
Yeah, so you get a freebie
So
on your
next
first
turn
cast.
it is.
Yeah, so now you have a bonus action free to use. For
Okay.
now.
In that case, I'll throw Citra some inspiration.
Cool. The poor thing is freezing.
I'm sure she's fine.
The one with the least amount of clothing. Yeah.
Definitely.
All right.
And then that's all.
Sure is.
Okay, that it?
Yep.
Okay. Gonna do legendary action.
Uh-oh.
As you see, as the giant rock, as it comes flying down, you see as its massive talons sink into the side of the ship, and it will it will pretty much just like latch onto the ship and hold.
We gotta get it to let go.
Yep, as
Or it's gonna tip us over.
you could hear it kind of just screeching down at all of you. Let me see. Canis and Citra.
Yes.
You hear a voice in your minds. You hear the sound. You hear a word as it is repeated over and over again. This deep and just fully breath. Mythos. Again and again and again.
She just looks more and more confused.
Yeah. As this thing just
Wait.
a voice
Did we
in your
not-
minds.
No. Question. We did learn that these titans were born under, like, the big titan in the sky. It's like, these are his titans, essentially. Father of titans. Right? Or whatever the fuck
This
that
is
was.
the father of rocks.
No, I understand that, but they're all connected in some sense. I remember learning about that.
Yeah.
No, Citra's putting things together like, ah, shit.
Alright, and with that, that is the end of the legendary action. Canis, I need you to make
Huzzah.
me a strength save.
Alright. 14.
14? Unfortunately, no, you cannot break out of the ice as you just... Alright.
Darn.
And with that, the end of your action, it is Rhymerow's legendary action, as he is going to make an attack on the ship.
That takes up my turn trying to break out the ice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Restrained.
You
Love it.
expend your action
Should we lay out
until you
the
can...
blanket on the floor again? This seems to happen to you a lot, my dude.
With giant
I mean, it's
creatures.
just restrained, not stunned.
Yeah, it's not
That
stunned.
is true.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That
different
is the
flavor.
difference.
Basically, if I was to give you a visual, your bodies are encased in this heavy, like, piece of ice as it's just barely crawling up the sides of your face in order to give you enough breath to breathe.
Then you need to use the proper condition.
This is restrained.
Restraint
Yeah,
still lets
restraint
me
doesn't
do
remove
actions.
your actions.
Yeah. It does.
It doesn't matter how you flavor it.
It says you have
use the
disadvantage
proper-
it. Yeah. Restrained creature's speed becomes 0, can't benefit from bonuses to its speed. Attack rolls against a creature have advantage. The creature's attack rolls have disadvantage. The creature has disadvantage on dex saving throws. It doesn't say you can't attack.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'd be stunned or paralyzed with what you're saying.
Yeah.
Which would be fucking ridiculous.
Stunned or paralyzed. Huh.
Rules is written.
AoE
Either you need to give the
paralyze.
choice of using your action to
Yeah.
escape, or you give them an action to use and still be restrained. That is the proper ruling if you wanted to use restraint.
At the end of their turn, they can make a save in order to break out of the ice. Okay.
At the end
Well,
of
then,
their
yeah.
turn, so they still have their turn.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, yes. What are you doing? that's
Okay,
now
so
that's yeah.
We're retconning that then?
Yes.
Okay.
That was my
I'm
bad.
casting freedom of movement on myself.
That
Okay.
only affects it after. I think you have to do that spell before you get hit with it.
Touch a willing creature. For the duration, the target's movement is unaffected by difficult terrain. Any spells or magical effects can neither reduce the target's speed nor cause the target to be paralyzed or restrained. The target can also spend 5 feet of movement to automatically escape from non-magical restraints, such as manacles or creature is grappled. Finally, being underwater imposes no penalty on the target's movement or attacks. It lasts an hour,
Okay. Fair enough.
and it's just
Thanks for
I
letting me
can't
know.
have anything reduce my movement.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can spend 5 feet of it now to get out of the restraint
Yeah.
that you're in.
Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, he may have flecks of ice sticking to his cloak, but he's okay.
He's okay!
You're restrained, and I parried it.
Get parried, bitch.
Parry this, you filthy casual. All right.
And as a bonus action, he'll turn on the Asmar form.
Okay.
Because
Remember not to
3
fly.
damage while I have it up.
Remember not to fly. The ship will go away under you.
Yeah. Stay
I'm
on
aware
your
of that.
feet.
You'll just go.
Just use the
God
Photoshop
bless
transform
you.
tool, picked him up, and slid him over 5 feet.
Oh, it's more than 5 feet. It'll be more like 500.
No, for the freedom of movement, it's just... whoop.
Oh, I thought you meant like if you took off.
Yeah, so you just
That
come
did
exploding
take-
out of the ice.
That did take a 4th level spell slot to do that, but that means I don't need to make saves on that bullshit for the fight.
Fair.
Yeah, very fair.
That's it for Canis. Since
All right.
it takes his action to do that.
All right, then I shall resume the attack on the ship, in which that is dealing. It's doing 30 points to the main hull of the ship.
Ouch.
As you see as the massive talons just crush the side of the ship, and you see as it just bats away and it begins to pull the ship along with it in a weird way as it is almost trying to kind of tip it towards itself. Alright, and that will be the end of the legendary action. Winry, you're up, and then Citra, you're on deck.
Yep. I'm frozen to it.
Okay, so, how confident are we feeling, team? Because
We have to get this thing away from the ship, and we need to leave.
yeah, we do. Alright, well,
Aim for the talons. Get its feet off of this thing.
Go for its
one of these
pinky
spells
toe.
alright,
the
so
toes.
the spells have so far been a little just, unable to really
It's-
do too much.
It's got a resistance, but it is doing damage.
It is doing some damage, which is good.
Teacher just yells at you. It's made of ice. Use fire.
True, it is made of ice. You know what? I think in this situation, a fireball would be ideal. I can set it up to go off, like, right behind him.
Yeah.
So it doesn't affect any of us. And it is a big, roasty, toasty fireball.
Yep. Right behind it.
Yep.
Okay.
Let me see here. Oh, you know what, Aaron? I forgot to check. Can you roll me a dice, please?
D10?
D10. Yep. Reroll if it lands on a 10.
6.
Okay, 6. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I want this thing off the ship, but I also have a limited amount of spells. I'm gonna cast this at level 5.
Level 5. Alright.
Kaboom.
DC 19.
DC 19, dex save.
Yeah, that's gonna be 22.
Okay, hit saves. So it takes half damage of 24 plus 9 is 33. So half of 33.
So
16
technically
and a half.
17, round up. Round up.
Yeah.
But we can see if fire has any difference on this guy.
Yeah. As you go to cast the fireball right behind it, you see as the large chunks of ice that are built up around the back of this bird, you see some just kind of steam off, and as they do, you see as they slowly begin to also rebuild as the rain and the snow kind of just collide with this thing, and it just builds a thicker layer of armor over it.
Okay, so the fire does affect it, but not for long.
We're
this
not
weather.
Like you said, we just need to leave.
Does he let go of the ship?
It does not.
Damn it.
Not enough damage was done in order to do so.
Hey, Aaron, I have a question.
Yeah?
If Winry is to use the Daydream to command the ship to sail forward at X speed, would that rip the rock off, or would we take the rock with us?
Probably with us.
You'll
This
have to
thing's pretty
see.
strong. We have to get it to let go first. You don't
Yeah,
want
that
to rip
sounds like
part
it
of the
would
hull
take
off.
it with us. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that yet.
Alright. And Zassy and Winry's turn?
She's basically just bracing herself just in case something else happens.
Okay. Citra, you're up.
Hanging on tight to the rail.
Cool. She's gonna first do Mass Cure Wounds for everybody, because that fucking hurt.
Hooray.
Where did that menu go? I clicked it. Let go! Ah! So everyone's getting 14 points of healing. Damage.
Yay.
Healing damage, yep. And then I'm going to bonus action the fireball, since I can do that, and throw it at its wing. But behind it.
Alrighty. Needs to make a save.
ER.
Gonna be 24.
Darn. So it's taking half. So 16 points of fire damage. And Citra is now covered in flames. Does that melt the ice around her?
No.
Damn. Well, she's covered in hellfire right now. Yeah, that's the flames of... I can't pronounce that fucking word. Phlegathos? Yeah. You learn to call hellfire to serve your command. You gain the following benefits. I already did that stuff. When you roll fire damage for a spell you cast, you can reroll any number of ones, which I don't think those were ones. Nope, there was one, so I have to roll a d6 again. Sorry about that.
Oh.
Yep, hold on. Fixing. So 3. So that
So just
would
add
be...
2 more points.
Yeah, there you go.
So
Thank you.
yeah.
And
So it would be 34 total.
Yep. Whenever you cast a spell, it deals fire damage. You can cause flames wreathe you until the end of your next turn. The flames don't harm you or your possessions, and they shed a bright light of 30 feet, dim light to 30 feet. While the flames are present, any creature within 5 feet of you that hits you with a melee attack does 1d4 fire damage. So she's just bright as shit right now.
Okay.
She wanted to get out, but at the same time right now, she felt healing, and trying to get this thing to let go is the smarter move.
All right. It is at the end of your turn. Go ahead and make me a strength save.
Erky Durky. That's just a basic roll.
I will say, because of the flames, you do have advantage.
Oh, I do now. Okay, so
Yeah.
I will
give you advantage, but I will not get rid of the ice.
That's fine. That's fine. That would be a 6 or a 19.
19, as you just barely make the save, as you just manage to push the flames all the way through the ice, as you manage to just finally break through and get the rest of it off as your legs become free.
Ah, cold! Just shakes it off like a cat almost.
Alright.
And that's the end of her turn.
Alright, it is now Rhyme Row's final legendary action. Canis, you're in range.
Oh boy.
Get on the floor!
Hit the deck!
27.
Yeah, that'll hit.
First, you are taking...
Am I gonna be eaten by another giant monster off the side of a ship?
Maybe.
You're taking 23 points of piercing damage with an additional
Cold damage.
14 points of cold damage.
Ouch.
Just threw all those d10s into my d6s. What the hell is wrong with me? As you see, as it's still latching on the side of the ship, as it takes note of you, as its massive icy beak comes slamming down and just wham right on top of you.
Question. This thing is saying mythos to the two of us. Does this thing look like it's got black anything coming out of it?
The only thing black coming out of this fucking thing are out of its eyes.
The same stuff we've seen everywhere else, right?
No.
No,
but
it's just
it is
black eyes.
black and oily.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Cietra's
Remember, it
looking
comes
at this
from
guy.
the same
Yeah.
thing, you're assuming. So I think
That's-
it's just part of this creature.
Yeah, Cietra's kind of looking at this like, I wouldn't touch this if I were you. I think it's also affected by the Titan in some way.
Too bad.
Wait,
gonna
couldn't
touch
that mean
it.
the spell could work? Don't touch it! No!
I'm gonna touch it.
I'm gonna touch it.
Something.
It's angry.
All right, and that will be the end of its legendary action. Nyx, you're up.
Okay, bonus action, going to activate Gloom Shroud. A 90
Nice.
temporary HP. And then actual action, I am going to... let's see. Cold does not affect it. That is unfortunate. Okay, where am I? I'm just trying to make sure that I have myself on the field. I think I'm that forward person, right? Next to the beholder?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Alright. Oh man.
You are
No.
right here.
Okay. Oh, okay. Wait, no, maybe that won't work. I think I will cast... No, I can't summon flying creatures because they'll just fly away.
It's attached to the ship right now.
Yeah, it is attached to the ship. I can't escape right now. I'm stuck. So I can't reach it right now. Oh, I know what I could do. As an action, I'm gonna cast Flame Shield. Or Fire Shield.
All right.
Okay, cast on self. Duration lasts 10 minutes. It's not a concentration spell. Flames wrap around me and shed bright light of 10 feet, of a 10-foot radius. Let's see. Flames. Let's see. I am casting fire, so I have resistance to cold damage now. Additionally, whenever a creature is within 5 feet of me, and hits me with a melee attack, the shield gives them fire damage, basically.
Everyone's catching fire now.
So, I will cast that as my action to try to prepare for this fight.
Alright, sounds good. Alright.
And then you gotta make your strength save.
So, bonus action.
Yep.
And then end of turn. So, go ahead and make your strength save with advantage.
You got it.
Nyx looked at Citra and went, ah.
Damn it. I got an 18.
Unfortunately, no. You just by one as you attempt to try and burn through the ice, but unfortunately it's not quick enough as another layer kind of just builds over you and you just continue to struggle to push out.
Darn.
Damn.
Alright. That is the end of Nyx. It is now the Night Wish's turn. Roloi.
Get us the fuck out of here.
That's me. What to do? So, assuming I don't have enough time to cast any spells or do anything like that.
No, you're holding on to the wheel for dear life.
Right.
Oh, probably need the stats for the ballistas.
I guess I'm just gonna try and yeah, you know what, if it's within range of the cannons, I'll try and shoot this thing off.
Let's see.
I mean,
So
it's attached to the ship.
I mean, I imagine there's at least one.
There is at least one. It's kind of just like sitting in front of it, but as for the rest, it's kind of on top of the ship. It's only lower because I mean,
It has to grab on somewhere.
Yeah, if it gives you a better idea.
We get it. We're just saying, like, if it's attached to the ship, some part of it has to be within range of any of the cannons. Because it's so big.
Probably.
Yeah.
Is it really that high if it's holding onto the ship?
Technically, it would be, like, right here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like,
Yeah, it has to be right there then. Yeah.
Yeah,
so it's fine. We get the idea.
Keep in mind, I'm trying to...
Yeah.
I guess... Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna try and shake it off, I suppose.
Okay.
Let's see. If you do want to use the cannons, it is a +9 to hit. Ranged attack.
Oh, that's right. You have all this because Mirad.
I'm gonna keep it from destroying the ship.
Okay.
Is what I'm gonna do for the moment being. So I'm gonna try and shake it off.
All right.
Please tell us all to hang on tight.
I'm gonna try and shake it off.
No, what?
All right. Then I need you.
You're frozen to the ship. You'll be fine.
No, she's not anymore.
Everybody's already in their seats.
All right.
Salazar and Nex, yes.
So, in order to make this kind of move, I need you to roll me a wisdom check, because you have to do so in a way that you feel would be the best result for you detaching this creature from you.
Gotcha. So, planning strategically would not be an intelligence thing, then.
It's more like, in the moment, this is a gut feeling, you have to make a decision now, or else this thing
Whatever
is ripping
you
a
say.
piece of the ship off. Yeah.
Wisdom check, you said?
Yes.
Okay. getting his funny little sheet here.
I believe in you.
Where the fuck?
Is Rolloy?
Okay. Wisdom check. Here we go. A 13?
13? You're not doing any
Conversion
barrel
feature,
rolls.
I succeed.
You're not doing any convergent. You succeed.
Yeah.
Rolloy.
Yeah.
In an attempt to use convergent future, you are suddenly hit with a thorough reminder that you had once burned one of your timelines, as this probably would have been one of them, as the convergent future fails you.
Okay.
Cool.
I've been putting that in my pocket for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, quite a while.
As you try to reach for a future that simply had turned to ashes some deal ago. As, to the best of your knowledge, you're not doing any barrel rolls anytime soon, as you intend to put as much into thrust as possible, as a good chunk of the ship goes along with some of the talons, as this creature is now being dragged along in the air with you guys.
That'll buff out.
You better hope it does.
It'll buff out. I can't. Not the mahogany.
You guys can just hear as the wood is creaking and tearing, just... And you see as a huge chunk of that starry wood just comes off.
The Santa, no.
Look, you can pause it frame by frame. You can see the exact moment her heart rips.
Don't worry, we can rebuild it faster, stronger, more Theseus than before.
Alrighty.
But
I
will
don't
it be the
understand
same
that
ship?
reference, Rolloy.
Philosophers are still debating.
Alright, and with that is...
Rolloy. I don't get it.
that will be the end of the Night Wish's turn. It's now top of the round, Salazar.
I'm going to take a page out of Nexus book and also cast Fire Shield.
Alright, as
Everybody's
you just...
catching on fire.
Yeah. As you just feel the flames as they kind of wreathe around your body, as you can see as steam begins to kind of build in the voids and just come up towards your neck.
Alright. That is my action. I guess I will use the rest of my turn to try and wriggle out of this ice.
No bonus action?
I don't really have anything to use it on.
Okay.
So it's a strength check?
Yes.
Or saving throw?
Strength save.
How's an 11 treat you?
No. As you... it is with advantage.
That would be
Keep
the
that in mind,
17.
because you have...
treat you?
No.
No. I'm sorry, buddy.
Oh, well.
As you attempt to also kind of just burn through the ice, another layer just slightly forms over it. You just have to keep pushing out.
That's alright. I'll be alright. Do my wraiths and my Magian make it up to the deck?
They should by now. Please excuse me as I grab them for you. Alright. Oh. That Magian, and then... Where's your other Magian? Ah, it's fine.
I don't know.
So, one Magian. Two Magian. 3 mage and 4. The hell did you... I swear I put them in the right place when I put this all away. Nope, that's the hooligans.
Nah, we beat them up a while ago.
Yeah. Ah, here they are. Oh, along with your Deimos mage. Magen. Let's grab you 3. See, I knew I put them in the right place.
Remind me,
One
Connor.
race.
It's Deimos, Galvin, and what's the other Magen?
Hypnos.
Hypnos, thank you.
Oh, his sword is slightly bent.
Aw.
Although
did it
currently
break?
the Hypnos Magen does not exist.
Yeah. Alrighty,
I
there
do
you
not
go.
have time to create another one. All right. Excellent. If and that's the case, my wraiths are going to fly up 60 feet and surround this thing.
They're gonna go bye-bye.
Remember, the ship is sailing much faster than you can fly.
That's why we're not flying.
It is going to zoom away.
Even if they're like keeping up with the rock while they're
I don't
fucking...
think you can keep up with this ship. It's very
He is
very
attached
fast.
to the ship currently by
Yeah,
his
he's
feet.
attached to the ship currently, is what I'm saying.
I know, but like if you leave the ship,
All right,
Ship
well,
goes-
we're just gonna zoom over to the rock
Yeah.
and make their attacks then. Whatever.
Go for the feet.
Yeah.
Sorry, we just don't want you to lose these guys.
You've already lost a few of them before, so that's why I think everybody's trying to be like, buddy.
It's like if you just had a piece of paper, like, and throw it out, like, held it
the
out
window. Yeah.
a window. It's kind of
Yeah.
doing that inertia thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, while the rock can definitely fly pretty close to the speed of the ship, if not at the speed of the ship, it is still attached to the ship right now.
So going for the feet is the best option.
Get its
Yeah.
big toe.
All right.
Or have your creatures crawl on top of it.
The 3 of them are going to do their life drain attacks.
Alright.
And they are my undead thralls, therefore they have some bonuses.
Bonus.
Yes. My proficiency is this. Okay. Okay. Alright, so first life drain attack coming out is a natural 20.
That will hit.
Hooray!
That's 20
That's a crit.
will always hit. Yep.
This is going to be 4d8 plus 9. So 29 doubled will be
58.
58. And also the rock must make a Constitution saving throw.
What's the effect?
Hit point reduce.
Hit point reduction. Okay.
Hit point maximum reduction. Correct.
Oh wait, the maximum gets reduced.
Yeah.
Hit point maximum reduction. Reduced equal to the amount of damage taken.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah, I want to make sure I heard that right. Goodness. That's
All
strong.
right.
Yep, these are wraiths.
That's going to be a 26.
That succeeds. Simply does not get reduced. But it does still take all that damage.
Yeah.
All right.
It's all right. You'll get him next time.
Second, well, and we'll try. Second attack is going to be a 22 to hit.
22 does not hit.
Sure. Third attack. 25 to hit.
25 just barely hits.
Good lord.
All right.
These are Titans.
So it's 48 plus 9. That's another 34 points of necrotic damage, and they need to make that save again.
Let's see, and then doing quick math. Sorry.
Just give me time to mark down everything on my initiative tracker.
All right. Plus 14. 14 on the
Fail.
save.
That is the number it needs to succeed.
Oh, damn, is it? Damn.
I mean, the raids don't use my spell save DC.
That's
If they
right,
did,
I
it'd
keep
be
forgetting.
fucking
Yeah.
disgusting.
That would be disgusting.
14 is the
That
number
would
you need
be
to beat, so...
Filth nasty.
So he succeeds, does not get hit point max reduced, but does still take that damage. And that is necrotic damage if that affects anything. Those are my 3 wraiths.
Okay.
Deimos Magent's going to run up to Roloi, going to defend him, and if possible, make 2 greatsword attacks. And he's just going to be chilling.
2, 4, 5, 6. Put you right up to its snoot.
Boop the
Alright.
suit.
Yeah.
Boot the snoot. Galvan Magen. Gonna make 2 greatsword attacks. Or Deimos.
Deimos. Yeah, I was about to say.
I was looking at the Galvan Magen sheet. 2 greatsword attacks. One is a... That's a 25 to hit.
That just hits.
So I need
Just
a natural
barely.
19 to fucking hit this fucking thing.
It's a
At least
Titan.
with this one.
You do know that 30 is supposed to be the impossible number in D&D natural standards, right?
Yes.
It's
Okay.
taking 7 points of slashing damage. And this is non-magical, so probably reduce that by half. I'm betting this thing has resistances.
It's a Titan.
And then the next one doesn't hit. And,
It doesn't
okay.
matter how much you say it's a Titan. There are balancing in systems, but
Yeah, and then the Galvan Magen is going to use its static discharge. And then the Titan needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
Thus far, it's been doing pretty good.
Well, these are also pretty low saves, too, so...
23.
Yeah, that succeeds. You're going to be taking half of this. There we go. Half of 19 would be, what, 9? Or 8?
Technically,
Depending
9
on
and a
how you
half.
round.
Round up for attacks for yourself. Yeah.
Well, then that would be 9. Yes. Points of lightning damage. That's the Galvan Magen. And last we have Blinky.
Blinky!
He's going to fire a...
Just hear the cracking of the
Ray?
bones as the eyes turn backwards.
That's right. What was the effect of the lightning on him?
The lightning on...
It's visually the same effect that your guys' attack has been with this thing.
Okay.
It needs to make a wisdom save.
Wisdom save. Natural 20.
It is going to... nothing happens, actually. Second ray.
Alrighty.
Okay, it needs to make a Constitution saving throw now.
16.
Nothing happens.
Okay.
And that is my go.
Alrighty. That is end of Salazar's turn. It is now Rhymerouse. He is... Alright. He is going to spread his wings wide.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Putting him...
Ah, shit. Articuno's about to use Ice Beam.
As you see, it detaches from the ship and then it kind of glides back a bit before it uses all of its speed to come swooping down and using its massive ice-crusted feathers as it slams the top of the ship and kind of just glides down on top of everything. So with this, I need everyone to make me a strength save.
Another strength save.
Oh god, it had to be strength.
Yeah, of course it had to be strength.
5.
Party full of casters.
Natural 20!
Can you catch me?
I wish I could.
Adrian's gonna sweep me off the deck.
13.
13? Okay. Alright. Canis, you fail. I'm gonna start with you guys, going back. Six.
This is everything on the ship, correct? This taking
Yes. Yes. So,
Rolla, you better hang on tight.
roll your wraiths first because they're at that front of the line, and also that includes Rolloy as well.
Does Role get a bonus for being protected by the Magen?
Yeah.
I will say, because he is there, he will have help, because basically the command of Salazar is protect the pilot. Yeah.
Alrighty.
And then you.
Okay. So the raids are going as follows.
You save. So you only move half.
7. 17. And 2.
Oof.
Oh no.
7, 17, and 2. Okay, so for the raids,
They are all taking.
Bye.
2, 3.
Oh, he's swiping this way. I thought he was swiping the other way.
I have this wraith roll me a dexterity save. Because I need to determine if whether or not it can hang on for dear life.
Well, it's not alive, so it can't do that. That is a 14.
Alright, so it just barely with its hand just grabs onto the side of the ship and just see it as it's just kind of like waving behind the ship. Alright. Canis got knocked back. What was Rolloy save?
With a bonus or advantage?
I did not make
With
Rolloy's
advantage.
save yet.
So you have advantage
Okay.
because of your Magen.
You
Okay.
should
For a line
if you technically have wait. No, it's a strength save. Okay, no, then never mind. It's not a dex save.
That will be a 17.
All right. You...
Get down, Mr. President.
Yeah.
For flavor
You get-
text, I guess, because it's so crowded.
Yeah. As Canis, you get pulled back as you lose your balance and the wind kind of sweeps under your wings as you kind of get tumbled back and you just hit just barely the back of the ship. As you see as Rolloy and the Davos Magen come barreling towards you, you just grab hold of them to keep them from falling off. But the ship does not immediately have a pilot. We'll get to that in a second. Alrighty. Next up is Winry. You.
Where the hell is Murad? He knew how to fly this shit.
And Winry goes tumbling.
Yeah. I'll put you right here.
Just slams against the captain's quarters door.
Alright. And then Nyx. You're gonna have a bit more of a tougher time.
Yikes.
Why? I'm restrained. I can't
Yeah.
move.
You're frozen to
you
the
can't-
deck.
Yeah, you're right.
I am
You're
frozen
good.
to the deck.
So, like, technically, this was a bonus.
You and Salazar are fine because you're frozen to the deck. What was Citra's again?
And that 20.
Nat 20? You're still.
She just ducked and went, ha!
And then I need the Beholder and I need your Galvamagen to make their saves. And that will be the end of Sweeping Rhyme.
Galvan Magen. How is it stronger than my Deimos Magen?
And then also I still need to roll
It's
all
not.
the cold damage.
Galvan Magen rolled a 19. And
19?
the
All
Zombie
right.
Beholder rolled a 15.
Okay. So Galvamagen stays as he just, with a whip of lightning as it just grips onto the ship as he just... And then, what was the Zombie Beholder again? 15?
15.
Okay. What is half the movement of the
Beholder?
Zombie Beholder?
It has a 20-foot fly speed, and it can
Okay.
hover.
Puts it right here. Alrighty. And with that, so all of you that rolled 17 and below, you are taking 26 points of cold damage, and those of you that rolled higher, you take half.
Okay. And I also take half due to...
Alright, 26.
Yeah, because of flame shield.
The flame shield.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay, so what was half of that?
It was 26. 26 cold
So-
damage.
13.
Half of that would be 13, half again.
No, I didn't pass.
Right?
I
Oh, you didn't pass. Okay, so it's just 13.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. As a thick
never
layer of ice just
He fails.
coats the entire top of the ship. Alright. You see why the airship was such a necessary thing to make?
No.
Alright. And with that, it is now layer action. Rolloy, make me a strength or an intelligence.
I wonder what he'll go with.
I'll make an intelligence.
Yep.
23.
23. You can feel a updraft beginning to build under the ship, and you just barely steer away in order for it to keep you from capsizing the entirety of the ship.
How's everyone looking health-wise?
I am almost unconscious.
Ah, sweet lord. Okay. Anyone else?
I'm hurt, but I'm still standing.
How about my 2 casters behind me? I know you had temporary health, so you're kind of okay-ish.
I'm kind of okay right now.
How is Salazar looking?
Sorry, how much was that?
26
I was
cold
pretty
damage.
nice, but now I'm not so much.
It was
Okey-dokey.
the last hit was 26 health.
Okay, another 26.
Okay.
And then the Zombie Beholder took... I think all my raids failed, if I remember correctly.
One of them flew off the side of the ship.
Yeah, it died.
He was
Sorry, man, you're one
lost.
It died?
It went down below.
It rolled past the point that it couldn't stay on the ship and flew off.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, it's just gonna hover around until we can come collect it, I suppose.
Slowly make it.
It's just sitting there hovering, watching as the ship disappears.
I should probably do something about that.
Alrighty. And with that, it is Arya's turn, and then Canis, you're on deck.
Mm-hmm.
I am. Is this an appropriate time for disintegrate? Okay.
Of course.
Anything
Y'all not gonna make fun of me?
go away. No, this is a good time.
Yeah, the last time you tried to use it full blast was against Canis's children, and we were like, probably
Aria,
don't do
we
that.
don't
I
attack children.
I didn't use it full blast.
Yeah, you did.
You were
But also, he was a dragon.
I don't
No,
think
it's
we
not.
can
Also,
sort of
he was
disintegrate
a
something.
dragon.
Yeah.
Is the best
I
excuse
asked him,
ever.
should I hold back? And he said, nah, go for it.
Kick
You
its
trusted
ass.
him?
Go to your room.
Anyways. Fucking, okay. Disintegrate, and I'm going full ham on this one.
Holy
All right.
shit!
I
Hold
should
on.
stop doing that. It hurts.
Yeah, you should, Aaron.
23 for the save.
That's 113 damage.
So yeah, it would be
So-
half of that.
Half of 113, so like half of 112 is 56. And then
So it's
I
50,
still have my.
It's 57. Round up.
Oh, sorry, 57. Fuck. Okay, yeah, 57 damage, and then I still have my bonus action. I'm going to do a ranged spell attack to attempt to throw another moat.
Yep.
Alrighty. I forget what's the range on the moats.
Oh, that's a good
120.
I got
point.
it.
120 feet.
if I remember right.
It is 120
Okay.
Yeah,
feet.
sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
That's 2 feet.
Yep.
Alright, I think that's
Okay,
the same
so-
range as disintegrate, so you are
Yes, that's correct.
well
Yeah,
in it.
you're good. You're good.
Okay, so for the
My handy dandy
spell,
little ruler.
for the spell attack roll, I got 25.
25. That just hits.
Okay.
Nicely done.
So-
Nicely done.
Okay. For the All right, 22 damage additionally.
Of radiant.
Of radiant.
Radiant.
Can stand up for just a second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Good to know, good to know. Alright, as just a sickly yellow beam just comes out from the bagpipes as it just strikes across, and you can see as some of the ice disintegrating, and under it you see just barely the slight exposure of some of the actual bright, beautiful white feathers of a rock before a new form of ice begins to build over it.
With the radiant damage that hit it, or the necrotic damage that hit it?
That was the force damage. The radiant damage, as it
force damage
blasts along one of the wings, you can see as it just kind of again, it like disperses along the insulation layer of that ice.
Oh, so force damage. Got it.
Yeah, disintegrates force damage, and then, because I'm good aligned, radiant damage for Crown of Stars.
Yeah. Alrighty. And it's at the end of Arya's turn?
Yes.
Alright.
Legendary action?
Yep. This is just so that way it moves.
Hi, buddy! What's up, squirrel?
Well,
Alright.
shit.
That's the end of the legendary action. Canis, you're up. Winry, you're on deck.
How far away is Citra from Canis? Is that 60
I'm at the
feet
other
away,
end.
or...?
You're on the opposite end of the ship.
Yeah, here, I can measure that real quick. She's a
Yeah, about
little...
65?
No, she's 65.
So
That's
she
right,
gets up and
it
moves.
is. Yeah.
I guess I need to take at least one step forward then, so that I can affect the whole party with mass heal.
Yay!
Alrighty.
Should probably top everyone off, because that's the 700 hit points divided among the party.
Right. Okay.
Just
back-
put your total and what you have, and I will do the calculations on the side.
Let me see here. So I need to add.
That changes
post
my
it in
entire
the
choice.
Discord channel or on Roll20, whichever works.
Discuss it among yourselves.
But we should be
with
topped off.
mass
I'm just
heal.
gonna-
With mass heal, does that remove the status effect for restraint?
I don't think it removes restrained. Any effects making them blinded or deafened.
Okay.
So no, they're still restrained.
Okay. Oh, let me put the
Creatures
wraith
healed
back
by this
here.
are also cured of all diseases and make anything affecting that's blinded or deafened. So if they're diseased, blinded, or deafened, it gets rid of that. But no, they're still restrained.
Okay. Good to know.
Valid.
Good point. Alrighty. And is that the end of Canis' turn?
Yeah, because I don't have anything to use bonus action with.
Alright, it is now
that
Roundhouse
felt
turn with legendary action. It is... As it's kind of just keeping up with the front of this ship as it kind of just flies over it. As it nears towards you, Citra.
If it hits me, it's taking at least 1d4 fire damage, because I'm still in flames.
Alright. It is going to attack with one of its talons. It's going to be a 28 to hit.
No, it's not gonna hit me. Of course it hits. What the fuck?
As you are taking 21 points of slashing damage and an additional 8 points of cold damage. And I need you to make me an escape check. So,
What the heck is an escape check?
Basically, it's trying to grab you.
Yeah, so
Against a grab, you either use acrobatics or athletics, whichever you prefer.
I'm gonna go with
Yeah.
acrobatics because I have a 10 in it and I'm proficient in it. So let's go.
Because you're the defender, you win ties on the opposed roll.
All right, here we go. Try another natural 20, baby. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Alrighty. As the large talons come down towards you, as they slam to the top of the deck, you see as you just like lay flat as much as you can, you feel the large sharpness of them as they just kind of almost grip around your shoulders before, as they try to lift you, you just slip away and you see as just chunks of wood come up along with its talons.
It's gonna take 1d4 fire damage.
Alrighty.
So basically, you melted
3.
its grip on you.
It took 3 fire damage.
Alrighty.
Yeah, so that talon came down, she's like, no, and like barreled into the ground.
Alrighty. And that will be the end of its legendary action. Winry, you're up. Citra, you're on deck.
Yeah, I am.
All right. So at this point, it is not touching the deck anymore, correct?
It is
touching
not.
the ship.
No.
All right. Winry's not confident about this fight at all. We got to get out of here. She is going to draw the daydream from her pouch and point it at the moon.
Alright.
Go!
As you do so, you see as the giant circle of sand begins to whirl even faster as it pushes out the ring as a gate forms in front of the ship. As you do, the action to move the ship still relies on Rolloy, so there will be one kind of just sitting here waiting for you to make that move. The end of the turn. Alright. Is that your action, Winry?
Let me see. Is there anything else I can do on my bonus action right now? Not really. All I have for like bonus actions are like healing, and everybody's good to go now. So.
All right, sounds good. All right, Citra, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna try something weird. She's gonna use Synaptic Static on this thing since she's right under it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's gotta make an intelligence save. I'm gonna pop this here. It's a DC 19 for her. It just keeps fucking around with it. So a creature with intelligence score of 2 and below are unaffected. A target takes 8d6 psychic damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. After a failed save, a target has muddled thoughts for 1 minute. During this time, it rolls a d6.
So it did fail. It did fail its intelligence save, but I am going to burn one of its legendary resistances, so that way it can't be muddled. But it is still taking half that damage.
Okay, so that was what, 8d6? 8d6. Alright. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna have to do 2 more after this. Alright, so that's 16 plus 23 psychic damage.
23. Alright.
And then she's going to use the bonus action with the spell thingy and drop another fireball on it. From above. I'm gonna cast this higher.
Alright, as you do Synaptic Static, as you see as it hits, and then as it goes to strike its mind, you see it actually reel for the first time at damage.
Yeah, and she's gonna hit it with a fireball.
Yeah, as it kind of just flaps back, and then as you go to cast a fireball.
Yep.
Dexterity save.
37 points of fire.
It's going to be a 17.
Fails. So it's taking full 37 points of fire damage.
Alrighty. As you see, as it flaps back, as a burst of flames just enters within its wings, as you see some of the ice begins to just steam away before it begins to try and build a new frost layer.
So she realizes that psychic damage also did some pretty good hits to it in that case, even though it did make the save with its legendary, but...
Yeah.
Okay.
Now...
So she'd yell at them, Psychic or Force! Psychic or Force!
Alright. So, and with that, will be the end of Citra's turn.
Correct.
It is... Let's see. It is going to make another attempt to do a talon attack on you, Citra.
Okay.
See, 26.
Oh boy. So it's the same thing again, right? The acrobatics?
Yes.
Okay.
Acrobatics or athletics?
27.
27? Alright, you're just too
17 plus
slippery.
10.
You're just too slippery. Alright. So you're taking 14 points of slashing damage, as well as an additional 10 points of cold damage.
Alright. Why is this thing trying to grab me? Go away!
You
Alright.
look so delicious.
And that is the end of its final legendary action.
She keeps the fire by since she dropped another fire attack, so.
Yeah.
So she's still a great ball of fire.
And so
Last
it
but
takes
not
damage
least.
from the
Oh yeah, it
fire
does. So it does
damage.
another d4. Hold on. Correct.
Oh.
It's taking 3 more points of fire damage to its feet.
It's Pete's.
She's a hot potato right now.
Alright.
Yeah, I think she'd look over at Nyx going, this thing is saying Mythos in my head and it's trying to grab me. I don't like this.
Well, don't let it grab you.
I'm trying!
Nick's still frozen to the fucking boat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like, don't let it grab you. Just like barely turning the head.
Tell it to stop.
Alrighty. And that was 3 points. Alrighty. Last but not least, Nyx, you're up.
Alrighty, I am going to cast Firestorm. The point of origin is going to be the ship itself, so it will travel with us, but the several cubes of fire are going to be, let's see, click the button. Wait, fuck.
Well.
That's not what I wanted to click, but I wanted to hit that. There we go. Let's see. So, 10-foot cubes. Up to 10 10-foot cubes, which I can arrange as I wish, as long as they are adjacent to each other. So I'm just gonna put it just along the bird itself, basically. Like a fire tornado spins out of the sky and is just aiming directly towards the bird.
Okay.
Oh, I have
And
to
it has to
reroll
do a
it.
dexterity saving throw, and I believe... Let me double check my fortune thing, my foresight thing. Advantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws. Additionally, other creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls against the target. Okay. And spell, yeah.
So that doesn't include spell saves.
Yeah, it does not include spell saves. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. That is a natural 1. It's gonna burn.
Wow. Didn't he just
Second
burn one
legendary action.
Or is
resistance.
it? Oh, it's not.
They
oh, it's a
can
resistance.
burn
Sorry.
as many legendary actions as they like.
It's the resistance that I
No.
keep screwing them up
Oh,
with.
legendary
it's
resistance.
resistance.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So
I believe it's in the 2024 version that they have to use their reaction to burn it.
Really?
Yes.
I
But
don't
I'm not
believe in that.
entirely sure if that still applies to 2014. I need to double check on
No,
that.
is this now?
No.
When
You
you're
don't
burning
need to
a
spend your
legendary-
reaction on a legendary save in the 2014 book.
Okay.
Yes. It's just a thing that happens.
Just now.
As Firestorm just belts down on this, as it kind of just batters its wings, and you see as it kind of just flaps back again just a bit, as you can see as another layer of ice just gets steamed away before it begins to build back. All
Hell
right.
yeah.
And with that, it is now the ship's turn. Rolloy, you see a giant portal kind of just ready to go.
Get us
Are
out.
we leaving?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, here we go. And I'm going to take us away. The secret
right.
place.
As you take the action to move the ship, as it just revs and just right through the portal as the golden sands disappear behind, as you guys just find yourself flying through time and space. And you find yourself atop a quiet, dark,
Kind of.
and
Some of us are on fire.
an almost awe-inspiring Lunarscape.
Almost.
Teacher just looks over the railing like, oh, good. We're back.
As the ship comes pulling in, a clear distinction as you arrive here. You kind of sit upon the border in which you see a lunarscape that is covered in light and life and goes on for miles. On the other side, it is dark and black. The night of this lunarscape. And just barely beyond its far off field, you see kind of just peeking is this citadel, kind of just split apart and floating,
Oh.
hovering, and
That shouldn't be like that.
well, actually it is.
Kind of? Is it? Okay, I didn't know if it was...
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember how it was. I know it was a mess, but...
You are aware as it's kind of just floating over its landmass. It's still kind of locked in its position. But you remember this place. You remember that is where your final battle happened with an avatar of Orcus.
Yeah. She'd point out, if anything, I guess she'd go back to Rolloy because it's a lot easier to tell him shit from there rather than the front of the ship. And she just point at the Citadel. It's like, we're going there. I don't want to be back here.
Well, this is where we pointed, so here we are.
Well, I'm pointing at the
Listen,
Citadel.
we just needed to get to the moon. That was all I wanted.
The moon.
Yeah, it's where we lost Azure and fought Orcus and where I died. It's great.
Speaking of, we are on the moon. Aaron,
Are
do
there
we
sharks here?
see- Well, it was less I was worried about that. Do we see a big looming shape?
You do.
Oh.
Just
Oh.
kind of hovering above you all is this massive star-sized being. This moon itself, if it could be. And in it is these deep, thick trenches of technicolors and various hues. And in the center, what looks almost as if this giant eye, as it is etched in this convex design, smooth with its own little trenches that spread out. And there is just this haunting, just this hovering fear that comes from it. Almost as if it just, looking at it this close, this not too far off place, you can feel it siphon hope and light and pain and just everything coming out from you.
Do Canis and I still hear that word being in our head? Now that we're closer to this thing.
No.
Oh, thank God. Does it look like it knows we're here?
That's hard to tell.
Okay. Hey, let's go over there to the Citadel real quick. Move.
Oh, we do?
As,
I'm gonna park it real quiet like.
Yeah. As
Permission
you
to
see,
land like a dainty
as
butterfly.
your spelljammer just slowly kind of drifting barely atop the Lunarscape.
Oh, hey, it blends in.
That does.
Well, it blends in from one angle.
You mean minus the glowing ring?
I'll just turn it around.
Just claps, turns it off.
Clap
And then we
on.
died.
Drop into the abyss.
Let's see, where is...
Teacher's stuck between staring at the Citadel, having, like, trauma memories, and then looking up at this thing like,
Space breeze.
There's no wind in space.
There's sharks in space, apparently.
Wait a minute, if there's no wind in space and we require oxygen to breathe, how do we...
And that's how the campaign ends.
This is a magical moon.
See,
We don't
like,
have that problem.
For those of
called
you
an
who fly,
atmosphere.
for those of you who fly, don't go too high. You'll start going out into orbit. It's not great.
Feet on the ground, gotcha.
As you find yourself just drifting through the darkness, you can swear that it is almost as if there are the sights of shifting shadows behind rocks and stone. Getting closer towards this citadel, you finally see just over this kind of crest of a hill as it dips down into what looks like to be these blackened walls and gates, as you all see the massive black citadel that just builds closer and closer towards the center tower, and just at the top of it is this kind of just floating piece of tower that spins in place.
Welcome to the Citadel. Try not to touch anything. Seach remembers getting yelled at by Lux. Even though I don't think he's here. You said all, like, the primordial dragons are like, bye-bye.
Saying not to touch things just makes me want to touch them more.
Do you want to get yelled at by a primordial dragon?
No.
So,
Whoever wants to.
Yar?
Arya.
Oh.
As you listen to the isolating sounds of this lunarscape, just the hauntingness of nothing still has some kind of tone to it. And you begin to hear sounds whispers just in the far, far corner of your mind. And then small flashes of visions as these golden moon-like eyes and this pale moonlight hair and just the sound of a whisper to find the dawn right.
You alright?
Arya's emotional.
Gives a hand squeeze.
Because pretty sure that was Wanda.
Aw.
We have to find the dawn right.
Citra immediately looks at Canis. Weren't you the one that went there?
I was, yes. I don't exactly remember the way. I was brought here by a primordial dragon the first time.
As a kobold monk, would she be able to know a little bit more? With expertise.
Unfortunately, you know just as much as Canis would have told in the records of his adventures. So, unfortunately, no. There's not too much
teleported
information.
here by Nox, I believe.
Yes.
Did it take you to that and she points at the Citadel, or was it something else?
I think it was something else. Was it Yarrow?
It was definitely someplace else. The whole entirety of the Lunarscape that you had seen was full of light.
No,
So
that doesn't look familiar at all.
So it wouldn't be in the dark side of the moon, I guess.
Nyx,
Yes.
as you stare into the void of the dark around here, you take notice to a shift of a shadow that is large and massive, as it kind of just sinks into it, and then you see it shift again. Almost as if it's...
Do I recognize... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, almost as if it's kind of crawling along the steels of the massive walls, just sees and then shifts back into shadow.
I do have dark vision and natural dark vision through magical darkness. Am I able to see more of its shape?
What's the range on that?
My range, which is just
Yes.
my vision. I believe it's 60 feet. Yeah.
The only reason why you noticed it is simply because it's out of range, but it is still prominently like this black mass that just like crawls along the top of the walls before noticing and then slipping away. And then you see almost as if a head kind of cranes out a bit and then right back in.
Gotcha.
Citra's gonna cast light on her boomerang because it has a magical spell to come back to her so she won't lose it, and she's gonna throw it around the darkness to see what the hell it is that's following them, because if it's sharks, not again sharks.
Yeah, Nyx
What's
would point it out as like we're being watched.
What's
I'm
the
not
far
aiming
range
at
of
anything.
it?
I'm having it going. I'm having it just kind of swing around.
I'm asking what the far range of it is, because keep in mind these are pretty high walls.
It is a thrown weapon, 60 to 120 feet.
Okay.
And then light on it would cast further than that.
Yeah.
I've got a bit of an idea, if you don't mind.
Sure.
One of the two raids that actually made it with us
Yes.
holds its hand out for the boomerang.
Oh no, it comes right back to Citra. It's magical.
Yeah, but the wraith can fly, It can just go around with the light.
Okay, yeah, she like, so long as you return it. I guess if he drops it, it's just gonna come back to her hand because of the spell.
Yes.
She's honestly not deterred by things that, like, it doesn't bother her. Orcus was the scariest thing she's ever seen.
Okay.
We'll go on.
As your wraith kind of just takes the boomerang and just slips down and then kind of slides itself up the side of the wall, as you see just like this small shining beacon. And as it gets up over to the wall, as the pathway just kind of lengthens out as it floats there for a second. I need it to make a perception check.
Alrighty. What's its wisdom? Okay. That's a 6.
Is it a 6? Okay. Your wraith is being attacked for 25 to hit.
That hits.
And it is taking 24 points of piercing damage with an additional 7 points of radiant damage.
Can we see what it is?
As it doesn't notice, almost as if it kind of comes out of the shadows, a faint glow of deep green suddenly begins to flutter along its face. This giant draconic-like creature with a head shape that almost looks like a crescent moon that comes out, and as it notices its prey, you see its massive maw comes down and just crunches onto the wraith.
A dragon with a crescent-like shape?
With a crescent shape in its head, so its head kind of looks like a crescent moon.
Would that not be Lux?
That is not Lux. This is
Nox.
a completely different creature. As it crunches down and almost as if kind of like a chew toy, kind of swinging it side to side before, and it just rolls there. And as you see, as the wraith kind of just raises up the boomerang, you see all of you begin to notice that a flutter of green begins to now fill this ancient moonstone dragon.
A moonstone dragon. Okay.
That's probably a bad thing. Exactly like that.
Do we have to go past that?
I don't know where the Dawnrite is, so I guess.
Is that where our location is?
Where we
You know that this place is where Alois's soul could be.
Yeah.
This is where he died.
Yeah. She's just like, this is where he died, but I don't think that's him. This is not his shape.
As,
I don't know.
What
else?
Would I be
Your
able to
wraith?
tell, as a necromancer, if this creature is undead?
You can tell that this dragon is a dragon. It is alive and it does not need much to feed. However, not too much information comes past that because it looks very thin and lithe, and obviously as like it kind of moves, it becomes a little bit more refractive, I guess, and it takes almost like a camouflage from its immediate surroundings, as you see as its mouth opens, and you see as like the frills on the side of its face kind of glow and have this almost like deep sea creature light that goes around it.
I would call back your wraith. That thing's gonna keep chomping at it.
Yeah, obviously once it gets like spat out, the wraith will retreat next to all of us.
Yeah.
We just wanted to know what that was. Mission accomplished.
As it just goes and it starts flowing down the side of the walls, as you see as it kind of crawls over and looks down the side of its Bastiles, and as it does, it just and then just moves on to do the rounds again.
Okay, so we need to find the Dawnwright. This is where Alousie died. And she'll like turn the light off on the boomerang so she doesn't attract anything else.
Seems like a patrol.
Do we sense anything? Like anything else that's in here?
You get a feeling this was the thing that you guys were trying to avoid last time.
Oh. Yeah, now I remember.
You're kind of just like, that's the thing we didn't want to touch.
The claptrap guy was like, this way, cool. And we got away from it.
Yeah.
May he rest in peace.
So we don't want to interact with that thing.
No, it's kind of like a guard dog.
Gotcha.
Don't give it
Understood.
reason. Wait, so if we avoided it, this is not the area that Alousie died specifically, because that was further up.
He's probably in that tower.
So what do we do? The tower or the Dawnwright? What do we do?
Well, I mean, the tower's right here, isn't it?
It's not like Aloise's soul is going anywhere.
Yeah,
True.
true.
Don't look at me, I don't know where the Dawnwright is! I just know where that
If you
is.
want to get
We don't
Alousie
exactly
to
have
help us
signposts.
find the Dawnwright, if that is something that you are referring to.
He might know? But, like, didn't we have to do this, like, wasn't your vision about a lullaby and crazed dragon? Like, one of those visions was, like, a crazed Alousie actor or some shit, and the other one was a lullaby that came to mind to Arya.
Yeah, Arya had that.
Yeah,
Had
Kane
that
said the crazed
vision.
dragon one.
Yeah. So, are we prepared for that?
No. So probably the Dawnwright then. There's your decision. Let's go.
Agreed.
I wasn't trying to make decisions, I'm just trying to figure out what we're gonna do, but, like, we're a group.
I understand, but we also have time not on our side.
Rolloy laughs. Alright.
Apparently it's not.
No.
I tried to do a thing and I couldn't.
Oh.
Shrug.
Do we have
He
any
says
spells
as he shrugs.
that
Wait,
might
wait,
locate?
wait, hold on. Winry will probably go over to Rollo and just be like, hey, didn't you at one point do a divining thing you could see?
Oh shit! Yeah, I completely forgot about all of that. I've just sort of been treating myself as like a non-entity for the entirety of this.
You kind of been off doing your own thing for a little while. That makes sense.
I mean, it's essentially. I mean, I can't even do my busted shit anymore.
He's
Anyway.
been checked out finding the orb.
What spells do I have?
I'm not sure what it was called. It was some kind of divining thing.
I have divination. I've got that.
That's not going to work
Question
without.
mark?
I don't
Guides?
think that's going to help much in this scenario. Let me
Look at the description of the spell.
It was something about
was-
finding a path.
Yeah. There was
Oh.
something here.
No, that's the other game. It's okay. Some jokes are for me.
Winry's just like, what do you mean other game? What game were you playing?
No, don't worry about it.
No, don't worry about it.
looks
keep-
at the DM from the board, just like, man, this is crazy.
It's just that little girl with the house on fire. Just
I know what spell you're talking about, and I'm on my sheet, but I'm having trouble finding it. ATM. It's not immolation.
No,
not polymorph.
no, it's not.
It's not
No.
divination, apparently.
Okay.
Was it find the path?
It could have just been find the path.
Yeah.
That might have been it. Spells. Find the path.
Are we supposed to be
Find
hearing
the
a dog?
path. Maybe.
Find the spell, find the path.
No, but like if there's a dog
Fine.
barking. Did Teacher notice the dog barking?
Well, there's a reason I don't have the spell. It's because I can't learn it.
Oh,
Only
okay.
bards, clerics, and druids learn find the path.
Yeah, guys.
Fuck do I
Okay,
have?
so then I know you
It's
had
the
some
one
last
spell you
must
don't-
have been divination.
It must have been divination. Got it.
It's better than nothing.
Okay, here I go.
Wait.
Given we have absolutely no clues.
I will say, at this point, you guys might want to take a little bit of time in order to kind of check what spells you can possibly do. But for right now, is a good time for us to take a break.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
So that way it gives you guys a little bit of time to kind of plan what you're going to be doing next. So with that being said, we'll be right back. We'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. See you then. Welcome back, everybody. Do you have any power bottoms?
I heard that.
Oh boy.
No regret. All right. Well, that being said,
No regrets.
No regrets.
No regrets.
No regrets. With that
No
being
rugrats.
said, let us get into the rest of today's session. As you guys sit down to discuss what your plans are moving forward.
Well, we're a little low on spells. Then a little, recovery right now, so I don't know if trying to get back what could possibly be a crazed Alousie is gonna work in our favor right this minute.
Shall I create the mansion?
If you don't mind.
I don't know. My bed's right over there.
I mean, I'd like
Thumbs
to
over
do
to the
thinking
ship.
without the giant thing in the sky staring at us. Teacher's
Yes,
super
perhaps.
uncomf.
Perhaps being in a different dimension than the giant thing we're all fighting will make us sleep a bit more soundly.
Just a little
Right.
I will cast Magnificent Mansion.
Alright. As a magnificent mansion is created as the door appears, you re-enter and find yourself with the familiar visage of Salazar's magnificent mansion.
Much better.
I will lock away my wraiths and the beholder into the Instant Legion and hop in.
Yep.
Oh boy.
As they just get vacuumed into your coffin and then disappears.
So, the Citadel has little shadow creatures, and I guess the big dragon guard dog thingy that we somehow avoided last time. And then up in that tower is where we fought the, not the Orcus, but like a avatar almost of him. And that's where Alousie was left, unfortunately. So, I know that's there. Dawn right though, completely over my head.
Aaron, does Arya, having been a goddess, I assume has approximate knowledge of all kinds of things. Does she know, what does she know, if anything, about the Dawnrite?
You know, based off of what information was provided to you by the gods, as well as the reveal of ancient secrets, you were aware that the Dawnrite was created around the same time, probably if not before the Founding Age, or even greater than. But the term of the Dawnrite, as it is referred to, is the dawn of intelligence and the right of ignorance. This is a sentient being that seemingly works in its own devices and has seemingly taken refuge here upon the Lunarscape as a means to be out of the hands of those who might attempt to abuse it.
Well then, couldn't we use locate creature? If it's a being?
Yeah, that was basically my next question. So it doesn't stay in one place; it moves around.
No, it is a vault, a literal physical location. So, based off of
Okay,
what
so it is a
Hayes
location.
can tell you, it's a location, but it's alive. It's a living,
It's a sentient...
Place.
Essentially a sentient magical object in the form of a vault.
yes.
So could it be
Okay.
locate object or locate creature? No?
I think find the path would still work for what we need to do.
But we need to rest to do that.
Yes.
Also.
So that's our heading.
I mean, unless we change our mind to the tower.
Yeah,
You're only going to the tower. You're only going to the tower to try and claim Aloise's soul. There's no way to put it back right now.
So we could just
Yeah.
go and get that and then go to the Dawnright since we're right here.
Yeah.
We also don't know if anything is guarding Aloise's soul.
Mm-hmm.
Does Citra know
We'll
if anything
probably
was
wanna-
guarding it?
Probably want to rest up. Well, you did see visions of a dragon, so we don't actually know what's happening there.
Canis had a vision of a crazed dragon, which we assumed is Aloise. I was asking if Citra remembered anything guarding the tower the last time she was here, besides the moon dragon down here.
Not really.
We just kind of went straight up from the fight?
Yeah.
So-
Obviously, there is a giant crack somewhere within the wall.
So Citra can find that again. She's got expertise in history, so she can remember that shit.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so I do know a path to get to it to avoid giant dragon puppy. It would be preferred to avoid it. I'd rather not fight it. Because, yeah, Salazar has the body of the dragon in his lab that no one else knows of except him, right?
Correct.
So
Right.
we wouldn't be worrying about it fighting us. So that would be common sense even for Salazar. So we can go get the soul, and I don't know, maybe you could talk to his soul, and see if he could tell us how to find the Dawnright.
Did we want to rest before we did that?
Yes.
We don't
I'm
know
just
what dangers.
Yeah, resting first, definitely, but having a game plan before we
So-
rest is also a good idea.
Our heading, after we rest, is going to the tower and getting Aloise's soul.
Yeah, I can lead you through it.
Very well.
And if we're unable to ascertain the location of the Dawnright from the soul, best that we have a backup plan.
Yeah, have your spells prepared.
I can try divination. Not sure if it'll work, but
Whatever works, we appreciate it.
And I have the tools for finding the path, as long as I rest to prepare that spell.
Sounds like we have plenty of plans and backup plans.
Which is a nice change.
Better than flying blind.
Does the ship need mending?
Funnily enough, the
Ah.
ship actually can repair itself.
Oh.
it'll be fine. It's hidden-ish.
Well, I can always bring it back around if we so need.
That's true. Also, am I here?
We had assumed that
You
Rolloy
would
followed
probably
us.
be
Yeah.
here.
I
It
think-
would be safer for you to be here than on the ship. Given the ship is available to be seen at the moment. I mean, unless, you
unless
want
he's
to throw an
outside the
invisibility
ship.
cloak over it.
Unless he's outside the ship guarding it. Or running in to warn us if shit happens.
That depends. What, Connor, what do you want Rollo doing?
If Rolloy's on the ship, that means he can stand by and guard it, and in case anything or anyone tries to board it. I think having him be on the ship is the best bet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Besides, he's got his own little mansion inside there.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I guess then have our dinners and go to bed.
The only other bad news I have to give you is that I think my assumption's correct that the big dreadnought in the sky and the titans down below, I heard Mythos screaming in my head again when we were going in.
Well.
Oh, joy. So it's spreading.
That's not reassuring.
Wait, why would it...
And maybe
That's
that
different.
Canis has something to do with the rock.
The players know. We don't.
Nyx knows.
Do you?
I actually have no idea.
Or at least would assume one part of it. I don't know everything, of course, but yeah. Nyx just doesn't say anything.
I can only assume that it might have similar situations if you touch it.
Probably not a good idea at the time to do that.
No, but good to know that it wasn't just me that heard it this time.
Begs the question what it precisely they want, then.
I have no idea. The only similarities that we have is that we are children of a god. Or a direct child and then a grandchild of a god. Mine's just the whole Nephilim thing, I guess. I don't know. I heard
me. Case would not Arya also.
I was going to say the same thing. My father, though a devil, is technically a deity of sorts, but this hasn't been happening to me.
And you were once a god yourself.
That's true.
The first time I heard Mythos was even before I left the Celsium, though, but it was after the gods fell. So I'm not entirely sure what this could mean.
We may learn more on the morrow.
If it happens again, maybe there will be a more discernible pattern.
Yeah.
Or perhaps more of us will start hearing voices.
I mean, that would not be the weirdest thing that's happened to any of us at this point.
Honestly, the more clues, the better.
As the hours pass, let's get later. Any private conversations any of you would like to have?
If no one's having any, Candace would want to talk to Salazar.
Oh. Does this make him hostile again?
For the purposes of spell, Salazar is an enemy.
In that case, harm.
Immediately backed by Seacher. No! Bad!
He said he was hostile.
You're grounded!
You can't ground me. I
Watch
ground
me.
you.
You're not the king anymore. She can do whatever she wants.
Salazar could probably be found in his room.
In that case, Candace will knock on the door then.
Salazar
Nyx turns
will
invisible.
open the door.
Come in.
I suppose.
He just watched Salazar's mood immediately sour, didn't he?
He looks nonplussed.
He's just whelmed.
He's got a very good poker face.
Salazar's room, as stated before, is more akin to a laboratory than a living space. There's a lot of lab equipment and very simple setup in here.
I wanted to pick your brain, I suppose, on a recent matter.
Just raises an eyebrow. We'll go on.
Well, back before in Yara, what was the name of that city that we just left? The one where we were fighting the Lunar Knights at?
Thalia Cliffs.
Thalia.
Thalia?
Yeah,
Thalia.
Back when we were in Thalia, seeing you help everyone as a doctor, as well as seeing their admiration. Again and again, you take every opportunity to simply state how downtrodden you are, or miserable everything is. And for once, everyone is regaling you and giving you accolades. I did not hear you say a single thing from that. Why?
Salazar thinks for a moment.
Because I know it's fleeting. Because whenever something positive happens in my life, I know it goes away.
Are you so certain of that?
It's a continuing trend. So what, are you in here berating me for not being happier?
No. I'm not here to berate you. Simply to learn more about you. Why not take the time to enjoy it? Is this not what you wanted, to at least be looked up to?
No. I don't want to be looked up to, or worshipped, or praised, or any of that. My only want for the past 30 years has been to be left alone. And now the world is ending. And we're all here, trying to save people. And I can't enjoy any of it because we aren't done.
You're going to drive yourself mad if you don't at least stop to appreciate what you do have here.
Speaking
Even
from
a
experience, Your Majesty.
We've both been through our own kind of hell, Salazar.
I think his eye twitches at that.
Oh. Is this the part where you tell me about your hardships? Everything you've
Would you
had to
like
go
to?
through. No, please! By all means.
How would comparing it ever help anyone? All it would do would be bring up what made us both miserable.
He sort of folds his arms in front of his chest.
I'm not sure what you want from me.
I just wish us to at least be amicable. I know I'm far from forgiveness from you.
We're working together, aren't we? I haven't sicked my ghouls on you in the middle of the night. I haven't pulled your soul from its moorings when you least expect it.
And I haven't tried to incinerate you for simply standing in front of me.
That seems like a working relationship to me. Let me make one thing very clear, Canis Batilius.
Yes.
The fact that I'm here at all should speak volumes about my commitment to this. About my drive to save the star that we both share. We don't need to be friends. Hell, we don't even need to like each other.
On that I do agree.
But if you're wondering if I'll have your back in a fight, I do.
You can expect the same from me as well.
Good.
Before I head off for the night, I at least want you to know that I do not hate you. You can be annoying. That's it. Well, that's as much as it is, I guess. Good night, Salazar.
Good night.
And Canis will head off.
As you disperse from Salazar's domain. Anyone else?
Canis, when you walk back into your room, you find that it is completely changed.
Is it worse?
From a little facsimile of your own bedroom back at the Adamantine Bastion set inside of the ritual chamber of Zahir.
Oh my god.
Well, instead you find a adequately decorated, simple but comfortable bedroom. There are levers and buttons that turn on the lights or open blinds to give you some little semblance of light. Everything has a sleek, inoffensive aesthetic set to Canis' color scheme, the darker grays and the blues, and everything has a nice, tactile feel to it.
Aw, he did it.
Hooray!
Progress!
We're snake ball.
And on a card on the pillow, you see a card that just says, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. You're welcome, I guess.
You're welcome, I guess, Baka.
The you tried star, but it's really crumpled.
Yes, no longer the nightmare chamber. Now it's the, yes, my favorite color, beige.
It just looks like any, mid-tier hotel room, is what I'm envisioning.
Yeah.
Cuck chair included.
Fuck off. It's
Yeah, the
always
show
there. There's one in
show is
every
not
room.
working.
Don't know why. Don't know how. It's right next to the radiator.
Fuck.
Oh, Lord.
Progress.
I love you guys.
Progress. All right. Arya would like to talk to Nex.
Oh. Nyx is not in their room.
Oh. Arya is going to kind of walk the halls for a moment, looking.
Next.
Nex! Nex!
If they hear their name, then they'll
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty,
come
kitty.
out from where they are.
Slink out from Salazar's room.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
I thought they were gonna be-
that's kind of what I thought too.
Ceatra's the only one that was
time.
aware. Yeah, Ceatra's the only one that was aware that Nyx has been in that room, but Ceatra doesn't say anything.
Okay, so Arya goes to Nyx's room, doesn't find them. So Arya searches the halls where all the rooms are, doesn't see a sign of Nyx immediately, so she calls out Nyx's name.
It's just like, oh, 1 second. Like after like giving like Salazar like a little back rub of like, yeah,
That was dumb.
he is fucking terrible at that. Oh, I'm being called. It's like, you'll be okay.
I fucking hate it.
I know you do. There.
Listen, Ceatra tried her best to explain what to do. However, the delivery was not up to Ceatra's. That's all on him.
Yep, that's all on him. Like 100%.
Think you're being asked after.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be
I'll
back.
Fine. You should go see
Okay.
to that.
Okay. Nyx leaves the room and goes to see who's calling them.
Does Arya see them leave the room?
It depends on if she was present
Did they
at
make
the...
any effort to hide themselves?
If they talked about keeping things private beforehand, then like yes, they would turn invisible and like you'll see the door open and close, and then Nyx come out of a different hallway, unless you like have the perception to like piece that all together.
Okay, so Nyx is
Nyx
Nyx trying to
Arya.
hide it then?
Make a perception check with disadvantage.
Okay. That wasn't the point. I wasn't trying.
Yeah, just to see if you catch the door open and close.
This is purely for comedic effect.
Yes,
Yeah.
or comedic effect.
13.
Oh, and I need to do a stealth.
No, it's just to catch the door opening and closing.
Gotcha.
What was the save? Or what was the roll?
13.
13.
13? You kind of just been, like, kind of staring at Nyx's door. It's just like, I can't read. And
Where is she?
you swear you hear the latch of something just come out of the periphery of your ear, and you just go and turn, and there's nobody there.
Nyx just shows up like a scary kid in a scary movie, just suddenly there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as you just
Arya's looking in like the opposite direction and turns around, and Nyx just fucking shows up.
Scare.
Yeah, you see it, like, the sound came from Salazar's door, but it's not, there's nothing there. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, sorry,
Out of nowhere.
I did. I apologize for disturbing you. If you were busy.
No, I was not. But what do you need?
I've been meaning to say this for a while, but my pride and honestly my embarrassment prevented me from doing so.
Nyx kind of raises an eyebrow and like squints and is like, what are you talking about? Like thinking that, but like not saying that out loud, but definitely thinking that.
The expression is there.
Yeah.
Before, when you revealed that you had been communicating with Roya, I was perhaps too accusatory or harsh towards you. And I've realized that perhaps I haven't given you much reason to trust me. And for that, I'm sorry. I've been meaning to say that for a while.
I see. Well, I was expecting to be accused of something by revealing that, which is probably why I didn't reveal it sooner. So that it was to be... I calculated that into the decision. But... you don't know me. And I don't know you.
You don't.
So, your reaction was very reasonable. I take your apology, though.
I appreciate that. Everything that you've said is true, that we don't know each other. But we faced a Titan today. And so... we all need to trust each other well enough to work together. So... I would like to get to know you better. In, you know, whatever way you're comfortable with. I don't know if you want to be friendly. But
being friendly and being cooperative are very drastically different things.
True enough.
Especially in how I have lived my life. I am very cooperative when it comes to trying to save the world.
True enough. But despite how cooperative we all have been with one another, I think camaraderie won't hurt any of our chances. But, of course, it's up to you. I just wanted to let you know that I don't distrust you or think less of you for hiding your communication with Roya.
It is good to know. I have been told that I need to get better at being open. And I do know your great-grandson. I suppose an attempt can be made.
Alright, just kind of smiles and gives a little nod. That's appreciated.
Again, I am just a common person. I have no fucking clue what a queen likes or wants and stuff like that. I have no idea what your interests are.
I understand that perhaps others perceive me differently because of my ascension to godhood, because I did rule Vale in the past, but...
Yeah, I was keeping it like queen status, not the god status part. I have no idea what you do for fun.
I've never... maybe others would disagree, but I still consider myself a common person at heart. My life before adventuring, I was a lowly bard, going from shitty tavern to shitty tavern, getting booed off stages before I finally made something of myself. I probably have similar interests to other normal people. I like music. I like books. I like to play games.
Mm-hmm. That's a start. I just needed to know what you personally like to have for fun.
Yeah.
And then we can find a common ground. I apologize if my demeanor feels, odd. I was just simply trying to find a answer to what we could find to interact with each other, basically.
I understand.
I enjoy reading and chess.
Well, let's play chess together sometime. When the world's not ending.
I mean, time is passing now unless you have other obligations.
Arya's eyes widen. She's kind of excited. Like,
Aww.
let's play if you have time.
I do. I just need to send a message and I will be ready to play. I'm sure one of the servants can bring us out a chessboard. And like Nyx kind of waves over and was like, "Get a chessboard and like we'll set up in the common area."
All right.
Yep, the servants are able to fulfill that request.
Yeah.
Is Nyx the one that's just every time she's looking away is eating the pieces?
That's the funny thing. They are proficient in chess, though that could be why they are proficient in chess.
I win.
Alright, let's...
Alexander just like, why do I keep losing to I've been
Eating the
eating
pieces.
He isn't looking.
It's just like, and Nyx hands a note to the servant to give to Salazar, like, Arya asks to commune, so I am going to attempt to commune with them, with a game of chess. You are free to join to observe, or contact Fuchsia, or whatever you wish to do. And that's just the note that they pass to the servant, and sits down to play chess with Salazar. Or not Salazar.
Arya.
With Arya. My bad. The note's to Salazar. The
There you
chess is for
Alright.
Arya. Sorry, my dyslexia
Alright.
switched.
First
that's
try.
okay. Alright. The table and the board are set up. Does Salazar watch, or is it just that? I know.
Salazar might appear.
You see as he kind of trots his way out of the door. Arya and Nyx, make me intelligent checks.
I was going to say, how do we find out who wins?
Yeah.
It is
I
a
do
tool
have
proficiency as
proficiency.
well.
I do have that set up for myself, and I still have advantage because of my foresight, so I'm kind of
Oh, God.
cheating.
Oh, you did it. Cheating. I'm playing chess and can see the
God.
future. Fuck you.
Norloy is proud. Norloy would be so proud of you for that one.
In
And they aren't doing
And
it
just-
meanly. They're just yeah.
in a about a 12-minute game, Arya, you find yourself hopelessly defeated by Nyx.
It's like she knows all your moves.
How is she doing that?
Arya just kind of laughs off the loss. Hey, you're pretty good at this.
You're lucky teacher's not there. Her history would be like, didn't you cast that spell earlier so you could see the future?
Yeah. It's like, oh, you're right.
Be gone,
damn.
Tattletale.
Teacher's asleep. Unless someone wanted to talk to her, teacher's just trying to sleep for once.
Nyx is like, thank you very much. I have had a lot of practice with a friend, but I don't find myself as a professional.
Well, I'll have to increase my skills if I'm going to catch up. Thanks for a fun game.
Yes, I'd be happy to continue doing this as well, and maybe give pointers if you wish for them, but we can also just have casual talks between the moves. This isn't a speed one. So, you should be fine.
I'd be glad to play again, but I should retire for the night. Thanks again.
Thank you. And holds out a hand for, like, a little handshake.
Arya shakes Nex's hand, and then retires to her room.
Alrighty.
That was fun. Nyx gives a small smile at Salazar as well. It's just...
Oh my god, the cat knocking over the pieces. I win.
Believe it or not, you can have a chess set made out of chocolate if you so desire.
Why would you want edible chess?
So you can eat the pieces.
So that you can
Well, you
actually
can eat the
pieces.
Whoever's pieces are missing wins, or something, I don't know.
What do you do if you upgrade the pawn, but you've already eaten the queen?
You keep the queen off to the side just in case.
You just have multiple pieces, so you can eat them multiple times. You know, just like Num.
Just like Num.
One of the few players that actually takes tool proficiency in chess.
It's
It
great
never appeared in the
for-
previous game, but Canis has it too.
It is
Yeah. Shit.
fantastic for winning bets.
Oh my goodness, now I need to see a Nex and Canis match.
Especially
They
Oh,
both
that would be
cheat.
fun.
it's really funny because Nyx kind of learned chess from like Elliot, but like also knows that like if you want to win money from like bets and stuff like that against rich people, they're not gonna have cards most of the time. They're gonna have a chessboard, and so it's like I have such a snooty attitude about being good at tactics and stuff, and Nyx is like, I'm gonna kick this rich guy's
Would you
ass.
like to play a game of shogi?
It's like, or Go.
Yo.
Man, Go as a Nyx would love the fuck out of Go.
Time for Parcheesi!
Ah, yes.
Alright. Alright. Any last interactions anybody wants to do?
Probably goes back to sneaking into Salazar's room.
I'm assuming Nyx no longer needs to do that, like, dream thingy that she was gonna do with Citra at some point.
The dream thing, right? Okay.
I remember that, but, like, then things got wildly out of hand. Left or
Then
right.
things got a little complicated.
Yeah, things got a little complicated. I do have dream.
And yeah, you wanted to see if you could actually see the thing that Citra's been, I guess, talking to as well.
Yeah, Nyx wanted to investigate on that, and Nyx thinks that they're not gonna have a dream with Roya anymore. So
No. So it's a little safer.
yeah, it feels a little safer. That is Nyx's assumption. So after the chess match, Nyx will speak to Salazar and just like, I'm gonna go check on Citra.
All right.
See
Do you want
if I can
someone to come with you.
I mean, Citra is okay with the two of them, so...
I believe it would be wise to attempt this with an outside observer. I'm going to attempt a dream.
Very well.
If something
I'll wrap
starts
up my work
happening,
here and
thank you.
of course.
I kind of
Sort of.
look at him with like a soft smile, just like
He'll reach out and grab their hand.
Oh.
Nyx holds it and pulls it up and kisses the top of his hand. Let's go make sure Citra will be okay.
Yes.
He's obviously a little bit flustered. He's just like, oh, they kissed my hand. What do I do now?
Uh-oh.
Instructions
on clear to hear.
Teehee.
Alright.
So, soft knock on Citra's door.
You just kind of hear a thump for a second. She was probably starting to pass out. She gets back up and she's just wrapped in her blanket like, hi?
Hello.
Something wrong?
No.
Just concerned.
Nothing's wrong.
Okay.
I mentioned in the past that I wished to perform a dream spell.
Oh, right, yeah. That was a long while ago.
It was. Unfortunately, it has gotten a little bit complicated. So.
Fair. And she'll just open the door to let them in.
Salazar will be here for observation if one of us seems to be in discomfort.
Okay.
Or trapped.
I don't think we're gonna be trapped because whatever it is that I mentioned that talks to me isn't it doesn't seem hostile at all. It just keeps saying weird things and showing me weird things.
It's non-hostile towards you. I do not know how it will react to me. So it all depends on circumstances and information.
Yeah. And then there's if it even happens, so I'm sorry if it doesn't.
It's alright. All we have to do is see.
Mm-hmm.
So feel free to lie down and get ready for rest.
She has no issues knocking out as a sorcerer who just spent so many high-level spells earlier just to survive and dodging a titan. Yeah. The thing tried to grab her twice, man. She was having a rough day.
So Nyx will get everything prepared to enter dream.
Yeah.
Let's cross their legs and meditate.
As you do, and as you begin to meditate, and Salazar, you pull out a notebook, and as the room kind of darkens and quiets, a Celsian night becomes this room. It is cool, it is dry, and it is quiet. All you can tell is that there is a slight sound of shifting sand as it passes through into the night. Salazar, if there is a moment to take a level of impressiveness for yourself, now is that moment.
Masterful.
I'm so fucking impressive.
Impressed is the word.
I'm so fucking impressed.
If you can
You can be
take
two
pride,
brains.
if you can take pride in your work, this is probably one of the perfect Celsian night. And as you watch as the restfulness enter Citra, as she slides into the depths of a dream. Nyx, as you feel yourself become detached from your body as you cast Dream, your entire being kind of slumps a little bit. Still in meditation, but there is this relaxedness to you.
Yeah, Aaron, mute your alerts.
Yeah. Not my fault.
It's the D6 chat.
Put yourself to do not disturb. It's that
I
simple.
try. As you find yourself being drawn, you kind of push through this thin veil of the Ethereum and find yourself linking in this realm of dreams. And here Citro, you are surrounded by the warm sands of your homeland. And in every direction you can see along the entire southern coast the beautiful and outstanding city of Bolvaka. Yet out here in the dunes, it is hauntingly quiet. And your head turns to see your friend Nyx as she has entered this realm.
She'd look a little surprised, like, huh. That's quite the spell. She's talking directly to you. Yeah.
Oh, let's see if you remember the end of the spell. I'm pretty sure you do. But, yeah. So this is your home.
Mm-hmm. And she'll start pointing out, like, that's the castle itself, and, like, little things here and there where the temples were. Just a decent chat, because whatever happens in her dreams happen, she can't tell whenever that being will appear again. So just enjoy the peace while she can kind of deal.
Yeah, they both can just take a walk while exploring the dream, and Nyx is looking around.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure she can walk around in this dream, so...
Mm-hmm.
As you do, you pass by the very still and uncrowded streets of Bolvaka.
Mm-hmm.
As you pass by, whatever the forms and shapes of its denizens here, they are not the usual ones of Excelsior. As the power of the dream spell allows there to be a dissociation of what a dream is usually supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
You are in the realm of sleep. This is between mind and reality.
It's like being aware you're dreaming.
Yeah.
Very lucid dreaming.
Yeah.
You can tell it's a dream when you see a sign and it looks all jarbled up. Because the part of your brain that usually translate it is unable to enter your dream. So text is very wonky. So you can tell if you're dreaming, if you're having a nightmare, if you read something.
That's good to know. However, the only recent nightmares I had was just revisiting that fight, but there was no signage. It was just terrifying.
Mm.
And she's trying not to acknowledge it. She doesn't want to go back there, but if it happens, it happens.
As you pass through and you make your way deeper into the main castle of Bolvaka, as you head to the seat of the Sultanate, you find yourself in this massive hall, these tall pillars that line the courtroom. And you see what is that beautiful marble along the floors. And then up towards the center where the seat is, you see what looks like to be the gears of innovation. The design of the old goddess. Just kind of hanging there. And then along with many trophies of old kings and new ones just lining the back of the wall.
And then it's a conversation just kind of explaining that her parents also live here, her mom's an advisor, like general chit-chat, just very calm and peaceful. Mentioning the one time she actually unofficially met the Sultan, she hit him with her boomerang by accident.
Nick kind of gives a smirk of a smile.
It's like, yeah, I finally got that spell to work on the boomerang for it to come back, and of course I thought I hit a guard, but it turned out to be him trying to sneak out. He's a weird Sultan sometimes. But very nice.
Royals tend to be very odd when it comes to getting around.
Yeah. But it's all sand, but it's got its own pretty, beauty to it. It's home. And it's hopefully slowly getting away from the old, racism, I guess would be the word, towards anyone that's not, a sun elf and so on. Anyone that looks like me or like a drow and such. It was rough for a while. But the Sultan's doing really good, trying to do away with it. Just doesn't happen overnight, so.
No, it will never happen overnight.
And yeah, this is where I was before we went to the Bastion. And after the gods were shown to have fallen, that's when that thing appeared to me in my sleep before we left.
And suddenly you both hear a voice kind of just boom within this hall. You speak of Ostius.
Nix turns around and tries to look for it.
Citrus what?
You simply see just kind of heavily cloaked, the hood over the face, just barely showing the mouth. Deep brown this cloak is, just almost as if it's trying to meld with the background.
I don't think this is me doing that.
I don't think so either.
Ostius is the name of the dreadnought, right? Its proper name?
Yes.
You're telling me the dreadnought's been in my head?
That it has.
Insight?
Yeah, also insight.
Okay.
Oh, I put my dice on. Hold on. It's a plus 10, so let's see. 18?
18?
Right.
Yeah, it's her proficiency, so 10 plus 8.
I don't think I have my foresight in this dream state, so... Or at least I'm thinking so? Or should I have it?
Wait,
I'm
is...
curious.
Yeah.
Let's see. I believe Foresight says it only ends until you cast the spell again.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah,
So-
that's what I read.
23.
Okay. You both can detect this figure is not violent, but it is assumed that something about this figure, this being, if it is capable of entering this space, you can kind of gather who it just might be.
Are you an endless?
I am.
Do
Okay,
I
so-
recognize the cloak figure?
You do.
You were in that dream with Roya.
Child, I am in all of your dreams.
How did you know it
Sandman.
was Ostius in my head?
Ostius is old.
Okay, but then
But-
why would it...
Morpheus is older.
Morpheus?
My master.
Lord of Dreams, the one who protects the realm of sleep, that
Okay.
which sits between mind and reality.
So if you're an expert, can you explain to me why Ostius and how Ostius would be in my head?
It is its method. It attempts to look for individuals that are capable of sending its messages. It is.
I'm so sorry, Aaron. The
You got
volume of
real
the music
low.
is just a little high, and you got a little
Yeah.
low.
Ostius infects all the minds of a star. And as such, it can tell who it can act as defense against.
Why is it saying mythos?
See, as the body moves and as the cloak kind of comes up with every step, you see just barely the hint of unsandaled feet just walking.
You are not Mythos,
I
but
didn't
it
ask if I were.
assumes that you are. What Mythos is a keeper, a defender. It is also the first that it decides to target. Without a Mythos, its message cannot spread. Hope fades, and into the black and void all will go.
Question, as a player, going back to the notes, when we were in Excelsium, was it the same thing that asked her to not let the flame go out?
You have to ask him.
No, I'm asking you if that's what happened. I'm trying to remember that day.
No, it only happened when you went into Elysium.
Okay, so it was just a voice she heard, but it wasn't it. Right?
But you don't know.
Because if that's
You're-
him,
You're trying to define what personal distinctions, but this information is so particular, I can't give you an answer unless you ask certain individuals about these things, because there are details that are very specific.
so okay, it wouldn't make sense then if it was him, to tell me not to let the flame go out in Elysium. So it wouldn't make sense for it to make us look for sparks of divinity. So then what was it?
That is its trick.
They lie. That's what the dragon said.
It builds. Your star is full of despair. It is losing hope, and the balance is waning too greatly. If it continues to tip the other direction, as it is now, the star will collapse.
How do we tip it in the other direction?
It must be balanced.
By what?
Ostius uses this knowledge. At the moment in which it might matter, it will give you just the slightest glimmer of hope to whisk it away.
Well, that's rude.
Do not think it so lightly. This is a being that is older than any on your star. It has consumed billions. The desolation it leaves behind is not to be taken lightly.
I'm aware. I am doing my best to stay calm. So I'm just I'm not trying to make little of the situation. I'm just trying to give myself a bit of levity so I'm not following into despair. Because now everything I've been thinking about has been a lie. So that's a bit much. So I do apologize. But understand, this is me trying to keep my mind in a good state.
You truly are young. A lot of you.
Can't fault me for that.
Just passing through and just kind of steps between you both.
What do I do to keep him out?
It continues to believe that you are Mythos. Take benefit of that.
I guess. But Kane has heard it this time, though.
See
Is
as the head kind of continues to move forward and just keeps passing you both.
Valstius gets his hands on Mythos. You risk losing it all.
But who is?
Would it benefit you to know, or would it benefit you not to?
I don't know. I'm kind of in a tailspin trying to figure things out at this point.
And if you do not know, then you shall not receive an answer.
The teacher's like, okay.
You see as he kind of just stops and he looks at the throne.
Your lack of certainty is the reason why you are in the situation you are. You expect all the answers to just come to you, and instead you take no action yourself.
That isn't true. I just don't know what to do. We're chasing whatever it is we know what might feel is the correct step. But I don't just expect answers, that's why I'm asking. Notice Citra got a little irritated.
There is even a limit to what I know. My duty is to assure that there is a protective layer between those who are dreaming and those who are not. Those who intend to cross beyond that border, or even defile it, face heavy incursions upon Morpheus himself.
Fair. But we are taking steps in a direction. We just don't know which one to take, either to find the Dawn Raid or to get to the tower. That's it. Right now, we're just doing what we can.
Do you think
thought
that
we
there is a wrong
discussed-
decision?
Sorry, 2 people talked at once.
Sorry, that was my bad.
Do you think that there is a wrong decision to take?
Given that this message didn't come from Ostius this time, probably not.
And there's your answer.
I am so sorry. As a note taker, I don't understand what the hell is going on.
Neither does Citra. She just kind of gets this feeling like you're indecision. It's like we're trying to make the best decisions we possibly can with 0 direction.
He's straight up telling you that whatever decision you make is your decision to make.
Yeah. And she's like, we are making decisions.
There is no right or wrong, but it's the indecisiveness that's pissing him off.
But we did make decisions already. It's just...
Then that's the decision you made.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks, Aaron, for no clarity.
I've decided to decide.
That's as clear as I can tell you.
So we know Ostius has been in our heads now, and that's what the they lie comment had to have been about. Thank fuck. That's cleared up. We know we have to get Azure's soul and find the Dawn Raid. After that, we're still like, whatever seems to be the best decision, the only other direction we have is become gods and kick ass. That's about it.
Hell yeah, I can get behind that.
Attack and become god.
She'd pause for a second, just like, I'm sorry for feeling a little rude. I've just been through it. I'm a little tired and a little irritated. I'm doing my best to stay hopeful, because that's usually the state I like to be in, but things have been a little rough.
If you have trouble with deciding things, just flip a coin.
Mm-hmm.
Life keeps moving forward. Indecisiveness can lead to issues.
Well, lies or not, I guess the path to becoming a god also came from one of the endless gods, so we're not necessarily entirely on a big lie. We just know that we do need Roya to help us deal with the big thing in the sky and rebalance everything on the planet. No biggie.
Speaking of... Why Roya and why myself?
You two had a connection, believe it or not. You are a guardian of nature. You are a guardian of the world trees. The very world gave life to Roya in a way. The gods molded him, took from the star and created their perfect replica of what they wanted to be. That connection of the world is infinite. But to the direct point of your question, half of him is not him, as you are probably aware.
It's
Deep
that Modius
down.
guy, right?
Yes. Deep down in that thing is a subconscious that is pulling the strings, infecting the body.
How do we get him out?
You already have the answer to that question.
At the moment, we have hypothesis, not clear evidence, but that assumes that we are on the direct path to finding that out.
Correct. This Modius, his dreams began to fade away from us long ago, but it is probably because he had found an eldritch truth, the one that hangs above your skies now.
He's working with it?
That would be correct.
Well, I guess our little time friend is right.
Either
Do you
which
believe
way.
that... Do you believe that if I continue speaking with him, that the part of Roya will slowly suffocate out the subconscious?
No.
Hmm.
But you have a great benefit to that subconscious. He had a fascination for you. He, in the waking, saw something beyond the normal. Something more than mortal, something more than human. Whilst you feared in its presence, Modius had a fascination with you. And as such, the Lord of Dreams decreed to bridge your dreams, to keep him distracted.
I see.
As such, usually this would be a violation. But times have gotten difficult. Our brethren are dying. People are suffering. The call to being a guardian, that which you are, must be fulfilled.
No pressure, Nix.
Right. I will do what I can in that circumstance, then.
I unfortunately will not be there again to protect you. But
See.
understand this. Whilst he could hurt you in the dreaming, you can hurt him as well.
He's very strong, though. Do I even have the ability to truly hurt him in the dream?
That depends. Whatever it is that you intend to do, it must be done with the intent. And it must be done with conviction.
Nix kind of swallows nervously, thinking about that, but nods.
If even for a day that we can slow down the Lemurian King, it benefits the world. It keeps us from tipping over the balance.
Okay. I'll do my best.
The night that we intend for your minds to bridge again, I will settle sand next to your sleep. So that way you know I have no use for surprising you any longer.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
As the head finally turns back towards you, Citra. Arceus intends to try and reach you again.
Okay. So what do I do?
Accept it. Draw it in. Trick it.
Play along? Okay.
Weave a story. Make it believe you are Mythos. And in due time, when the real one arrives, you will all know.
Alright.
Rest well. Rest long. May your dreams be full of delight. As you see, as the form kind of just fades away into sand, just light and air is left behind. And after about 8 hours of you, Salazar, just...
I don't think they're waking up anytime soon.
just kind of keeping an eye and then closing it, sleeping.
Not at all.
I'll bring in one of the rays.
If one of them begins stirring, wake me up as well.
Sleep.
Is that really the thing you want waking you up?
No. Salazar doesn't care if it wakes him up.
I've had weirder alarm clocks.
Citra is friends with a lich.
Banjo just looked at me with the fucking stinkiest eye.
Banjo!
He was just like...
Dogs are weird.
At least Nex can appreciate Citra being a little bit more, hey, absolutely fucking not in my own dreams to the Sandman guy. Like, hey,
Oh, yeah.
She's less filtered here.
I can't wait for Nex and Citra to wake up and there be a fucking wraith in there.
Yeah.
Just watching them sleep.
The scarier things outside staring at us as a planet-sized thing.
Yeah.
Master, they awaken.
Master, they awaken.
She's just like, huh? Oh, it's just Jerry.
I don't even know
No.
his name.
I am Jeffy.
Jeffy?
Citra's been giving them names behind your back, and now they have, like, a sense of self.
I mean, wraiths are intelligent dead. They
That is
have
true.
their own. They have their own personalities. They can speak.
Citra just gave them names.
I mean, I bet they had names. I don't think this one is Jeffy. Who are the other two?
Short for Jeffariah.
Now I think you're just making
That was
this
not
up.
her.
Is it Amish?
Jeffariah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, that was just me. That was just me. You can make him Jeffariah if you want.
If that's his name, then
No, that's when that fell off the
Listen,
boat.
I just brought him back from the beyond. His name can be whatever he wants it to be. If he wants to be Jeffy, that's cool. I don't care.
Jeffy, Sammy, and Steve.
whatever he does with his unlife is
That is true.
I'll support it.
That's
Yeah.
his
Listen.
business.
I'm here until hell is empty. Is all
Yep.
I'm saying.
Yes. Jeffy, Trevor, and Olgor the Unrepentant. He thought a bit harder on his name.
I think Citra and just Nick's waking up like, huh? Oh. Well, he had to sleep at some point.
Yes, I hope he did rest well.
Well, that was more revealing and a little disappointing, but also not so bad. It's kind of a mixed bag.
I take it.
We found out great information.
Yeah, so let's get the bad news out of the way as she's yawning.
Should this be a conversation held in front of the group?
Yeah, that's probably
yes. I suppose so.
Just give me
I
about
will
10
summon
minutes. I
the
gotta.
others then.
Just give me about 10 minutes. I have to
Jeffy!
braid all this hair. Yeah, since
Inform
some.
the party.
It just starts phasing through
How
walls.
Yeah, Citra's just like, give me 10 minutes. I have to braid all this hair since Sav isn't here.
In 10 minutes.
I can help you braid your hair.
All right,
thank
so
you.
first off, Winry, you feel a cold hand shaking you awake,
She's probably.
and you just see the.
Her first instinct is just like, ah! And, sorry, but the Cling Hex is coming out and going through his head.
Oh no!
What did you
Jeffy!
expect?
It will take her a second, but then she might recognize the Wraith if he speaks or something.
He does in fact speak. He can in fact speak.
Jeffy.
Jeffy,
He's a
No.
ghosty
Speak
creature,
to us.
isn't he?
you've
yes.
got the Cling Hex in his frontal cortex.
Take it out.
She'll eventually relax it and put the blade back in the ground. Sorry. Very spooky. I haven't had a scary alarm clock like that before.
Master says to meet with all in 10 minutes.
Maybe by then my heart rate will relax.
Just hear the spell disintegrate goes off in the distance when he gets to Arya.
Canis, you are met with the face of the face of a wraith shaking you awake very gently too. This time,
was less than the first time.
taking a defensive action.
Gets a stick and pokes him.
Master says to meet with the rest in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Just phases through another wall.
Never going to get used to that.
Arya, in your opulent room, as you feel the slight cold hand shake you awake, also taking a defensive action, as you just notice the
Arya
hanging over you.
Arya fucking jumps like and falls out of bed.
Oh no.
Master says to meet with the rest in 10 minutes.
Okay. I'll be
Teacher
there. She gives
Teacher
a thumbs
Nick's
up.
hearing the screams going, maybe the Wraith wasn't the best choice.
You do have a legion
Cells are
of
just
surgeons.
smiles.
Teacher's happy to smile. Like, I know it's okay. That is pretty funny.
By the time he finally returns, you notice that there is a hole like
Oh,
through here.
Jeffy.
And you can just like
All lieutenants have been informed, Master.
Very good, my servant. Now, take 5 or something. I don't know.
Do you want
You'll give the 5-minute break after being a tail.
I just get up and then Jeffy falls asleep in the chair.
It wakes up with like Hello Kitty band-aids on its head.
Oh, what the fuck.
Feel the chimera sting!
Teacher's just happy to have help with the hair. Just, yeah.
After everyone kind of just like shuffles out of the room, you see like a good number of your compatriots just like with the face of like
Teacher and Nix and Salazar are perfectly fine.
Yeah, half the party is just like mortified.
Teacher's trying actually not to laugh at it. It's pretty funny because it was harmless.
Winry comes out finishing tying up her hair, just like, never send a wraith to wake me up again.
It was just Jeffy.
Jeffy's harmless.
Yeah, but I don't know how many more holes I can punch in his head right now.
Why would you? He's a nice guy.
I intended.
I second that. That was a deeply unpleasant way to wake up.
Again, this is coming.
I will keep that in mind in the future, and he like takes a sip of something, hiding his grin.
Again, Teacher is friends with a lich, so like you can't quite question it. You kind of expect it from her at this point. So, right.
Coffee, breakfast, tea.
Yeah, that.
Telling
Bit
the
of a long
servants
one.
to grab all that.
Yeah.
Servants, fetch breakfast.
As you see, is just floating long plates just come barreling out of the halls and doors. You can hear the faint sound of a kitchen being used just off in the distance as meals of various types are prepared. The more prominent ones is definitely eggs and these massive ham steaks, various roasted fowl kind of being placed along the table, and of course everybody's favorite morning drink, water.
I have
Really?
tea.
Just
coffee.
water, huh?
It's not your favorite?
Anyways.
No, it's not. Like, it's a good drink, but I'd like some juice, if that's possible.
A servant brings you out 4 different kinds of juice.
That one. And she points to the orange juice.
All right, it pours you orange juice.
Thank you. It was the only way we could prevent scurvy on the ship.
Okay. Now, I hope everyone else is awake for this information.
Because there's a lot of it. So, good news or bad news? Which one do you want first?
Flip a coin. Does anyone have a coin? I think I might have one. Yeah. She will.
You know that the king doesn't have one.
Actually, didn't we get a pile of money last time we were in Arcadia?
We do have a pile of money. So
Yes.
We do. Nick has
take
it.
one. We'll just take one out of her pocket and just.
In terms of a high-end adventuring party, you guys are rich.
Yeah. You assume I
Yes,
carry my
but
own money?
nowhere to spend this money because we keep getting chased out of places.
Yep.
Anyway,
Can't be helped.
Winter will flip a coin and it will go through the air a few times. She'll catch it, slap it on her hand. Heads.
Bad news first, then, I guess.
Yeah.
So, the mythos thing that we've been hearing, and now Canis, that's actually Ostius trying to trick us.
Oh.
That's what I think the Time Dragon meant to me, that they lie. The funny thing is that it thinks I'm Mythos, in which I am not. However, thankfully, I don't have to remember this all on my own, because Nyx used the dream spell and witnessed this all with me, and we met with the endless god of dreams. Or sleep?
No.
Is it sleep or dreams?
Sleep.
Sleep, thank you.
We met with the Sandman. Yes.
Yeah. This Mythos hasn't appeared yet.
Yeah. Question about the mansion spell. Is it only allowing creatures in that Salazar chooses?
I
I'm
believe
pretty
that's
sure.
how that works.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me
So-
read it again.
Yeah, I think it's the case.
Okay, because if that's the case, then Nyx won't feel as hesitant to talk about this.
Yeah.
Because they won't have to worry about people fucking spying on them.
Yes, creatures I designate are allowed in.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Alright, so we're safe.
Yeah.
Alright. Yes, we saw the Sandman in our dreams, and he was able to inform us about the trickery that Citra was going through. It sounds like he, this great orb thing is, well, trying to bring up hope just to tear it all down.
Which
Or
would explain...
gain a sense of trust from Citra before betraying them.
However, the whole god thing was also told to us by the Endless God. I forgot her name. The woman. The lady.
Yes, the lady, aka
Yeah.
Stellaris.
Yeah, so that mission isn't a lie. We are still trying to do this whole god thing.
Yes.
However, it does think we're Mythos, I guess. It thought I was. I don't know about you, Canis. He said it was interesting that you heard it this time. But it is definitely Ostius, so it's not... Don't believe it. But it told me to play along. I guess basically lie to it.
Keep the eyes off of other people that may
Yeah.
actually be Mythos,
It's-
basically.
Yeah. So long as it's looking at me, we have the upper hand for now. I guess. It's just thinking about like this big space like star looking for her, like but yeah.
Additionally, we did get confirmation that Modius is working with the Dreadnought.
Yeah. And he is in there with Roya, or that.
He is part of the
Roya.
subconscious of Roya.
Yeah. And at least this time you'll get a warning that you're going to be connecting with him next time.
Nyx nods. The Sandman has gifted us the additional graces of warning me when I will be having a dream connection with Roya.
Something else to also note with you two. You don't really notice it at first because it's like, it's waking up. But you also notice that there are that bit right between your eyes on each end.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just sand?
Yeah.
Like, calling
Oh
card?
yeah, the extra sleep crap.
No, it's sand.
Hmm.
Citra's used to sand, but it's like, okay.
Yeah. Nyx
Pocket
rubs it off.
sand.
But
Pocket
it is throwing the planet off kilter and taking away hope. And so essentially keep moving and keep trying to bring hope back to the star. But, you know, this kind of stuff doesn't come with a manual, but we do have a direction currently. We know we need Roya to deal with it, and we have to get Modius out. That is confirmed. We definitely need to go find Azure. The they lie message I got is answered, thankfully. And then we gotta go find the Dawnrite. So we aren't necessarily off path.
Added on to that, let's see. Did we go over everything actually? My brain,
I
Ray's
was not
brain
able to
just
get
blanked.
all the details in
Yeah.
there, so I'm sorry.
Hold on. Oh, come on, Ray.
You got it,
Sorry,
Ray.
I'm just
I
trying to
believe
get
in
my
you.
food. I just got a text that dinner's ready. Let's see. Okay, we talked about the Roya thing. Roya being in Modius. Ah, right. Also, the Sandman has informed me that the reason why I was chosen is because of my status as a guardian of the world trees, as well as additionally being a fascination for Modius. And Nick kind of makes a face, but just like,
Pat.
So I am a very good chip to use in situations of interacting with Roya to try to distract them. In terms of Roya feeling connections to the earth themselves, and then the subconscious Modius being fascinated with myself. So that is the answer to that.
The only downside is that, yes, he said that you can hurt him just as much as he can hurt you, but
Yes.
usually when you sleep, your body reacts to waking you up so you don't actually die. I feel like this breaks that rule. You can probably die in your sleep.
Nick's furrows their brow.
It's kind of bypassing the brain's mental, like, guard blocks to trauma and basically dying in your sleep. It, like when you suddenly fall in your sleep, you wake up.
Yes. Though the information that the Sandman gave us is true, and what you say is true, our bodies have our own instincts to survive on.
Mm-hmm.
And it also reflects in our dreams sometimes, because the mind is very powerful. The Sandman did say that I have the potential of hurting him.
Mm-hmm.
I just need to be prepared if I do need to defend myself. I do not know how strong I am in the dreams, but it's good to know that knowledge that I can attempt to defend myself while within it.
We could probably give you backups. Yeah.
Deeply troubled look appears on Salazar's face at that notion.
If that's the case, if we give you... I know you're in your dreams, but if we give you buffs to you before you sleep or while you're sleeping, would that not also go with you?
I'm not sure, though it seems like a part of my magic did follow me.
So,
The
while
logic
within
is
the dream.
sound. There
Then
may
it might be
some
worth-
things we can do.
And you wouldn't be able to
Yes.
hit any of us if we're concentrating on stuff to keep you safe either.
That is true, however, I do not want to give him any alarm for this first... I believe I will be sent back, but I want to trick him as much as possible. But that is a good option if I do end up in trouble.
Mm.
How will
Also,
we know
we
if you need
don't-
us?
Well, Death Ward is one thing we can put on you.
Death Ward, yes. How also, I believe that Salazar's servants, as well as the thralls that he controls, can help alarm us as well. Perhaps setting up an alarm of some sort to ring out to come and assist me if I start to look a little worse for wear in my dreams.
I can also mind blank you. In case there is some sort of psionic assault, you would be completely immune.
That is true.
You can also pick and choose what information to let loose. No matter how much prying, Roya won't be able to get anything.
I think that's a good one to have. That particular one. Before I rest, I will meet with you and we will prepare for my rest if I do end up with sand next to my bed.
I see.
Goes back to just sort of looking at the table, sort of troubled.
Nyx gives like a sympathetic look.
Well,
It's clear he's worried.
Yeah.
Good news is, like I said, it thinks I'm Mythos, and even if it goes after me, I'm not the one he needs, so ta-da!
So we don't have to worry about that, but we still should worry about you not being touched by this goo, just to keep up the facade.
That's true.
Exactly. If the trick is revealed too soon, then...
There goes the surprise, yeah. I was just making light of I'm no one of actual importance, and that's actually a relief.
That isn't quite true anymore. You carry a spark of divinity inside of you that has to count for something.
It's a different kind of importance.
But you are still important.
It's an importance of he's trying to use it to give us hope so he can take it away from us at the very end, because that's what bad guys want, to take away all the hope.
Good luck with that.
Indeed.
We already know what may happen when we are hopeful.
I'm just sorry I wasn't aware of it right away. It seemed weird, but I've also had voices in my head before, and that led to interesting things, not necessarily bad.
Well, you had no idea what the heck it meant, so now you do. And we can use that knowledge to our advantage.
The whole blood of... The only thing I have a concern still is the blood of a Nephilim is still... I don't want that getting out, so... That is the only other true actual concern that I have.
Understandable.
So we keep playing its game. You get everyone else their sparks, and instead of hope being taken away, we use that as a weapon against them. It's usually how this works.
Hear, hear.
And I will try to find out as much information every time I interact with Roya, while keeping my facade of being interested in more of him. So I'm not interested in the Modius part. Let's just make that clear. But the two personalities being confirmed may be the reason why he's acting this way. Probably something that we should tell.
Two personalities?
Mm-hmm. It's a subconscious thing still, pulling the strings. That's what the Sandman said. But with the descriptions that Salv has given me, as well as Mirios, it sounds like Roya is truly a kind king, and having a voice constantly whispering in your ear telling you to destroy and kill your planet, your star, including destroy and kill people that they would care about. That would tear a strong part of the psyche. It would start scarring. So, his madness is being caused by a third party. I'm just stating the evidence.
Yeah.
I'm not vouching or denying him. I'm just stating the facts.
Right.
If he's being drawn to madness, does that change how we handle him? If it's not all his fault?
We just know that Roya himself, not the Modius part, is supposed to be the answer to defeating the Dreadnought.
Sadly, he is a rabid dog that we need to keep alive. We cannot put him down.
I do think the idea we brought up earlier is a bit more viable now.
What idea?
With the magic jar.
Oh. Yes, yes,
that's
now
the
I
other
remember.
thing that the
Sorry,
Sandman
me as a player
mentioned.
went, right, we did have this conversation.
I don't think Citra wasn't there for that conversation, though.
No, I don't think she was.
That was between Aor, Canis, Nyx, and Salazar.
Right, so she's just like, something about a jar?
There's a theory we had about all of this, and with the information that you and Nyx have received, all of that is mostly confirmed for the most part. And makes me believe that there are, in fact, 2 souls inhabiting one body.
That wouldn't be the first time. I speak from experience.
There is a spell that can remove a soul from a body and immediately transplant another soul. Magic Jar.
But whose soul would you use?
Aeor.
What? Citra has no idea about Aeor, so she's like, I'm sorry?
Yes, I think that is the right call.
Is this something he consented to?
He came to me about it.
This is true.
He's a very weird human.
He isn't human.
What?
His
At least
body
I
may
don't
be
believe
human.
so.
I believe his body is human, doctor to doctor, but there is something about him that is odd. Either way, he has consented.
I love that half of this table knows who he is and the other half have no idea, so they're like, this is madness.
Don't worry about it.
The problem
Just
is
looked
that
at the
we
letters
make
in
sure
his name,
to...
and I was like, oh.
Hang on a
Yeah.
minute. Alucard is Dracula!
Citra has this, she's trying to figure things out. Look, because she did have Arthur mention a little hint to her earlier, too, about him, about, like, how he got a little upsetty spaghetti about mentioning the Umbrians and shit and Lumeria, and she's like, he's human, so there's no way he was alive back then, but why would he get upset? Now why is he trying to transplant his soul into... What is going on?
Regardless, we have to get Aeor close enough to Roya to perform this.
God damn it, Yarrow.
Yeah, see, the first time you pronounced his name, I spelled it completely different.
Yeah.
I thought it was spelled like Eeyore.
Yeah.
Eeyore. Now I'm sitting here just like, oh, wait.
Eeyore.
For those of you who are only listening, he held up a sign.
I just saw like,
Man, I need to get some advice from my good friend, Dr. Acula. He's a hematologist.
Ah, yes.
I will
So-
need this sample.
So anyways,
Maybe two.
we have several plans of action. We still know what we're doing, and becoming gods is still a thing. We just now have to do this moon trip. I gotta lead you through the Citadel, and then we get to go to the Dawn, right wherever that is. And hopefully not get noticed by the big Titan in the sky, so...
From what it seems, we're about ants to him.
Yeah, probably. But he's not all-knowing, since he doesn't seem to know where this Mythos person is. So that's good.
That's correct.
That may be why I also heard his voice. He may be simply reaching out to whoever was nearby you.
Well, the Endless God said that he thinks I am Mythos, but I'm not. So, like, right now he is partially focused on me, which is a great distraction. And terrifying at the same time. Focusing on the now, though, if any of you have Pass Without a Trace, this would be a good time to cast it before we go into the Citadel.
Without trace.
I
Yeah.
think Nex does?
Yes, as a druid, I do.
Yeah. We don't want to summon the big guard dog.
Yep. I will be able to cast it, yes.
Wonderful.
So, any thoughts? Questions?
Yes, please, speak your mind.
Our goal for the day is still to find Aloise's soul and bring it back somehow.
And I at least know exactly where that is, so that's some good news.
Well, that's one step in the right direction.
Whether
We'll
it
just
will
have
be
to-
that simple is another matter entirely.
But we're well rested and ready to go again.
Well, the plan is simple, Salazar, but the execution may not be.
How do we get his soul, though.
Salazar has that.
I have my
covered.
ways.
Okay, I trust you with that. You guys will get to it's pretty wild in there, so enjoy the sights, I guess, and you guys don't have to fight orcas, so that's good news.
Indeed.
Yes.
Sorry,
Right.
it's still really strange to visit a place I died in.
I don't think I've experienced that yet.
I'll let you know how it feels.
Hopefully none of us have to experience that.
Yes, that's very much a yeah, I agree.
Gotten close a couple times, don't want to go back there.
Well, whether you all like it or not, I care about you all, so I will do my best to keep you safe.
Aw.
Ray of sunshine.
And we will do the same in pen.
You guys.
All right.
Well then, as you all prepare to enter the Black Citadel, fully rested and ready for the next leg of your adventure, that is where we're going to go ahead and leave today's session.
I assumed as much. I'm like, are we really going to do the Citadel this late?
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah. All right. Well then.
Thank you for the expertise and history to remember exactly where to go.
So more information will be arriving soon. But for right now, we're just going to go ahead and jump on into some relatively quick announcements, and then we're going to head on off. I don't really have anything to announce.
Except again, we're no longer. Yeah, so we're just no longer with the. Yeah, no more Gamer Subs thing, but also Patreon.
Yeah, Gamer Subs, Patreon, and stuff comes out a week ahead. All that fun stuff. So that's just me. Connor, how you now?
How me now? It's me. Distortion Devil. I play Salazar, a Yuan-Ti Necromancer. I'm sorry for how he is.
No, he's perfect.
Do not
Stop.
apologize for perfection.
Shush.
Shut up, Canis.
No.
Sit in your cuck chair.
Shut.
Sit in your cuck chair. Sit in it.
You've got a bed and a cuck chair. See, I'm nice.
The whatever note, though.
Find me on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Tumblr, Blue Sky at Distortion Devil. You can find all my TTRPG shenanigans over at youtube.com/Devils and Dice Rolls and patreon.com/Devils and Dice Rolls if you're a supporter. Yeah, that's really about it for me for right now. I'll pass on to Blue. Hey now.
Hi, I'm good. I am Blue, or Blue Kazanate. I play Citri, your Nephilim, who is very happy to know she is not the person of importance anymore.
No, you're of different importance, but we haven't gotten to that point yet.
She is happy to acknowledge she is not what that big thing in the sky wants currently, actually.
You're not a MacGuffin at the moment.
Thank
Hooray.
fuck. Anyways, hi. So by now, the good news is my tablet is back in working order, and I have been working on guest characters, but I can't tell you what they are. So, oopsies. You just know I'm creating them. Anyways, not much else is going on. You can find me on Blue Sky and Tumblr, mainly under the name Blue Kazanate, though Tumblr has two names. I have Blue Kazanate main and the Blue Kazanate art blog, so those are both me. They're just separate. Not much else, really. I've been trying to stream on my Twitch. Otherwise, you can find me hiding in generally Connor's stream or Aaron's stream. And if anyone else is streaming, I usually try to hide in there. Because, saying hi is a great way to say that you're hiding. But anyways, not much else is really happening. I have been collecting a lot of memes because shitposting is something I really want to do. So prepare yourself.
So a usual internet denizen.
Yes, because of course I've come from Tumblr, you know how things work. Anyway, not much else to say, so I'm gonna pass it over to Mel.
Huh?
Wake up, Grandpa.
You can find my Twitter, Twitch, and Blue Sky at Sir Mallerbeck. I don't really have anything to announce besides that's where you can find my socials, and you can occasionally find me popping into some of my friends' Twitches, depending on what the hell they're up to.
Or
whether or not
me
it's
on
in an open
Monster
call.
Hunter.
Yeah. Or just scaring the shit out of you when playing Monster Hunter.
Sudden Mal sighting.
Off to you, Tara.
I don't really have anything to announce, but if you want to keep up with me for whatever reason, Blue Sky Tara Corbin VO, or my YouTube is just under Tara Corbin. On to you, Ray.
Hi, I'm Ray, also known as Key Ink and Calligraphy Ink on various platforms, including Tumblr and Blue Sky. You can find my artwork there and stuff like that. Mostly, I'll be hanging out with friends online, as well as in streams whenever they are available. Other than that, I will be just enjoying the rest of the month of just relaxing on my birthday month. So, yay!
Happy birthday! Even though it's
Happy
late.
birthday!
Happy birthday.
It was birth week earlier this week before this game. So, yay! Okay.
Yeah.
Passing it on to Kendra.
Hey, I'm Kendra, Transient Day on Blue Sky and Tumblr. Not too much going on my end either. I'm going to be going back to school work pretty darn soon, so that's going to be occupying my time quite a bit. But aside from that, not much going on here. My arm hurts, but for the same reason that Aaron's arm hurts.
Yeah.
Tattoos.
Yeah. He went and got one that took 2 hours. I went and got one that took 4 hours. Ow, my arm hurts. Anyway, if you want to see the image of that, you can go check out my Tumblr or Blue Sky. It's right over there. Anyway,
Yep, same
I think that may be it. Please like, subscribe, share, all that good stuff.
Don't forget to check out our affiliate, Volante.
And their
they're
amazing outfits.
Cool. Oh, yeah. All right. Well then, nothing else pressing?
Nope.
Aside from buttons, nope.
Well, that being said, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. We hope you stay safe out there. We love you, and as always, see you next Sunday.
Bye-bye!
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.